Okay, so I see naked people in the courtyard, a mock killing, a human skull on an altar that they're kissing, and some guy in a George Bush mask. Could even be George Bush.
Rosenbaum says the tape is a valuable artifact, an extremely rare view into the secret society that groomed the American ruling class for generations.
Now, there's a figure in black robes in the back. It looks like he's drinking out of a skull. But when you look at this and you think about it, okay, so George Bush did this, John Kerry did this. You can go through the list of all the people who participated in this or similar rites and put that in context with this Pizzagate, Wayfairgate, this adrenochrome stuff, and it seems to suggest something. In fact, I have a post here, the adrenochrome industrial complex. I started looking into this a little bit more today. So it had already occurred to me before that this Pizzagate thing was just a blood libel, kind of rehashed. They were just retelling the same stories because it used to be said that certain people drank the blood of unbaptized babies through straws. It's this whole series of accusations that were being used to smear the Jews. They called it blood libel. You're born with it. Well, we have blood libel of our own. It's just, I mean, today you have your carbon footprint, your original sins, but I think those stories have been rewritten, but instead of pointing at Jews, they point at Tom Hanks. They point at Hillary Clinton. They point at Democrat and politicians and Democrat celebrities. So I thought this could be the case. It could be the case that Pizzagate and this panic about adrenochrome was invented in order for the left to maintain the narrative that the right are anti-Semitic. I mean, it makes perfect sense. So I found an article from Wired that seems to validate my suspicion here, and the article is called "The Dark Virility of Hollywood Blood Harvesting Conspiracy: The Lineage of a New Blood Libel." So I'm going to play a clip from Fear and Loathing.
Bottle in my shaving kit. You won't need much. Just a...
Okay, this is a clip from Fear and Loathing. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? What are your thoughts on adrenochrome? Is it real or is it some type of a hoax to make the right-wingers look crazy?
What's that? I'm sorry. Am I live right now?
Yeah, and we're wondering your opinion
Okay,
here.
what were you asking? I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
well,
missed your question.
Well, see, we were just watching a video from the Skull and Bones Society's initiation, and so I kind of brought up the topic of this adrenochrome harvesting conspiracy and how it might just be a rehashed version of blood libel, and it might be something of a hoax designed to make right-wingers look crazy, or it's true. What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, actually. I was going to ask you if you think that they're just making this up and putting it out there just so they have a reason to kind of censor everything, right? Like just censor online and the internet. Like they're just putting it out there so everyone catch it. I was also going to ask you about the whole Biden thing. Did you see when he was like speaking with the Latino community and he was playing that song? Did you see that?
Oh, yeah. In fact, I looked up the lyrics of the song, and I think it's
Yeah.
Despacito. And the song is about sniffing and kissing a neck. It's actually a song about
Yeah,
being
it's
very
about
aggressive about it.
yeah, it's about breathing on a neck and undressing the girl with his kisses. Like that's so strange. Like if I don't know how someone can hear that and know it's just kind of like a stage.
Uh,
Like they're just putting that out there because they know that there's going to be a group of people who will pick up on that.
I just want to
And
know,
that's where the target.
is Joe being clowned? Is Joe Biden being clowned by this, or is he laughing and cackling behind the scenes? You know, I can't tell. These people are so Machiavellian, and they've been known to play senile to get away with more evil. So, what do you think?
Right. Like if you watch like interviews with Joe like 4 years ago, like he seemed very coherent back then. Like he seemed good, and now he's lost it. I don't know. He could be faking it. Do you think he's that smart? I don't know. I mean, I guess you have to talk to him yourself really to figure that out.
Well, we're dealing with secret society members. We're dealing with people who are deceivers by nature. I mean, this is their culture, And I did see this disturbing jiffy where Biden points up to distract everybody's attention, and then he appears to kind of grope a kid. I mean, really bizarre. There's so much stuff there about this guy I don't understand. Like, he doesn't look the same as he
He
did a few years
gropes
ago.
a, he gropes a kid?
Well,
What video was that?
well, it's a GIF. I'll show it's a GIF. Well, what happens is, and it's just another. I'm sure you've seen many of these Joe Biden things where he's kind of touchy feely. But
I've seen like collaborations of them, yeah.
okay,
And it's
well,
nasty. Like,
this one appeared to be he was pointing up, or everyone was looking up and smiling, maybe at a camera, and then he pulls a child closer, and it just looks really suspect.
yeah, like did you see the one where he's like whispering in the girl's ear or whatever, and they kind of up the audio and they put words over it? Like, I don't know if that's actually what he's saying. He's talking about asking his daughter about a film or something.
I don't know. You know, one thing about it though is that for all the actual evidence suggestive of some creepy stuff going on, people do manufacture a lot of fake evidence on Twitter. But I imagine that what he's whispering in their ear is probably the lyrics to that song.
It could be.
Now, this is
I don't know.
this is bizarre to me though, is that he looks like a completely different person from 2 years ago. I heard he had brain surgery. His earlobes are different. If I was Dallas Goldbug, I'd say they switched him out.
Yeah, didn't he have a tumor or something? I'm not too familiar with it.
But this could be part of the sales pitch to the left, because they're not going to want to vote for this guy. He's unpalatable. He's pretty much, they're not happy about it. But this gives them kind of confidence that, okay, a vote for Biden is a vote for somebody who has an expiration date right around the corner. We're getting Harris. So I kind of think they might be playing up his senility. They might even be drugging him in order to make her a much more attractive proposition. Because now, yeah, obviously the guy's not going to be very coherent or functional.
Yeah, it's so obvious at this point. It's like they're just throwing it. They're throwing in the election to Trump. Like, they want him to win because he's the more divisive, like, pick, right? Like, if he gets elected, then the nation will be more divided than it ever has been. Even like when Hitler was with him. Like, that's what they want.
It might be. I
Like,
mean,
shouldn't they? Yeah.
the tantrums from the left are insane. I've seen, like, I watched this video this morning. This guy had a Trump sign, and this woman driving by takes both her hands off her steering wheel and puts them out the window so she can give him two middle fingers, and she starts screaming "F Trump, F Trump." Meanwhile, her car is still moving forward, and it crashes into the person in front of her. And then down the street from me, and I walked by this person probably, and I didn't notice this big Trump sign on the corner got the treatment from an Antifa who jumped out with a machete, and he chopped it up. And the thing is, his girlfriend was there recording it for the internet. Yeah, this happened down the street, and it turns out that it's a federal crime.
Did you see the one with there was like a guy pissing on a Trump sign in someone's yard, and he went out and he paintballed the guy? And he like uploaded it. I'm not sure where he uploaded it, but I saw a video of that.
No, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, last election cycle, and this shows you that they don't learn. Like, I'm constantly seeing Antifas getting run over by cars, or they're constantly attacking people with guns while they have nothing but skateboards. They don't learn. Last election cycle, there was someone they were putting wires on their signs so that people running to grab the signs would then, grab it, and it would be fixed to the ground, and they would fall, and it would be recorded and uploaded. So yeah, it's like you could bait a Biden voter by putting a Trump sign in your yard.
Do you see many Biden signs out there? Like, I think I live in like upstate New York, and I've seen two. I don't see many Trump signs, but at the same time, I think they just might be afraid to even put them out. Like, they think that the Biden supporters are just so radical that they'll just do something to their house or something. I don't know.
I haven't seen either, and that's probably the reason. And I think it's also because the usual pattern has been broken up because of COVID. And so it seems like instead of putting their money into campaign rallies, a lot of it's going into internet marketing their bad ideas to each other.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like it's kind of like a millennial thing. Like it's the younger kids. It's more trendy now. Like it's more of a trendy thing to be a certain way. Like I don't see many. I don't know. It's just different now
Well, there's a moral high ground
than
thing.
I.
This is part of it. This is part of the Marxist thing where they say anybody you can't trust anybody over 30. It's like basically anybody who's invested into the system for that long can't be trusted, and so only the youth can be trusted, and only the older ones who are aiding them are worth keeping around. But yeah, it's definitely the thing that they market it to the youth. That's why you have your David Hogg and your Greta to pitch these ideas. And I've been looking
Hmm.
closely at this character out of Kenosha, Kyle, and such a strange story here because he's almost like a right wing Greta, a made for TV action hero designed to, I don't know, incite people to go ahead and, hey, it's okay now. You can go shoot the looters and the rioters. Seems like they're trying to instigate. Do you have any thoughts on Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yeah, I think we talked about that before. Um, I do think he is there just to instigate. Like they always try to frame a hero. Like there's family members with my on my girlfriend's side of the family who will talk about that, and she was bringing up to her like the one guy was a convicted sex offender and all that, and like she would just say, her grandma would say, "No, I looked it up. There's no evidence of it, but it's proven, right?"
Yeah, they say that if you actually dug into it, sure. I mean, he's like eight kid,
Yeah, and
like
then the skateboarder kid, like he had like a really bad record. I mean, it really doesn't matter at this point, but like, I mean, if he's actually dead, but it's like you can't frame them people as heroes and martyrs when you can look at their. It's really hard for them to do that.
Well, there was one university where the professor was having the students write some papers, and he actually had them, choose from a list of heroes, and one of them was Rosenbaum, the child molester who was killed by Kyle.
Really,
Like that's bizarre, but the whole
I was
story.
looking into it though. Was Rosenbaum? Wasn't it like an 18-year-old case though? Like he was like 30. How old was he when he died? When he got shot? And it was like
36.
really old. So he was like, yeah. So he was like 18 or something when he got that charge on him.
Yes, and he spent 12 years in, and the thing is, yeah, you're right. So we don't know all the particulars of it, but
Exactly. Yeah.
we do know that there were something like 42 infractions for his behaviors while in there. So you can see he had some anger management. So if you look at his behaviors in the video, it makes sense that he was a guy with a hair trigger. But
Yeah, and there was people there at the thing saying that he was kind of trying to instigate a lot, like even before it all went down. Like he seemed odd when he was there. Like he seemed like he was planted there almost.
Yeah, didn't it seem like that? And then you look into these characters, like, okay, so Kyle, for example, Kyle Rittenhouse, when he was 15, he started a non-profit organization to raise money for the police and build stronger private citizen and police partnerships. What kind of 15-year-old does that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I mean, I think there are people that are like that if they're really trying to get into the police force and try to kind of gain like some good credit with them. I mean, I could see that being a thing, right? I don't know.
Well, you can, exactly.
I
Like,
mean, I
okay,
wouldn't.
I mean, okay, so on the other side of it, Gage Grossarm was part of this People's Communist Revolution Party. So, I mean, we do have these people who are, they're very invested in their political activism. But I'm just suggesting here that, here you have Kyle who at 15 already seems like he has a mission in life. At 17, which also corresponds to Q, he's front row at a Trump event. And then, of course, day 3 of Kenosha, he has this hat trick, walks off the stage, and
Was
Trump.
he was front row at a Trump event? I didn't know that.
Yeah, exactly, right?
That sounds kind of familiar to me.
The week
Yeah,
the week before.
I could see what you're saying. Yeah, I could see why people would have their doubts of it being real, if that's the case.
So I was thinking either he, he went to go to this Trump event and just happened to be photographed there, or we're looking at something else. And it does paint a very good picture. He's a lifeguard. He wants to defend his country. He was spotted scrubbing spray paint off a building. He was there as a medic to help people and defend a business. And when the whole picture is put together, he comes off as a hero. And so it's either manufactured or not, but whatever it is, it's very convenient, I think, because they definitely wanted some type of, I believe they're trying to instigate something. And finally, you have someone firing back.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious they're trying to instigate like another civil war, and that's what's really concerning with what's coming up with the election stuff. Like, we live in crazy times, man. Like, it's crazy to be alive right now.
Okay, well, here's an interesting little point too, though, is everything's out in the open. You know, media has taken sides with the rioters. They absolutely have, the mainstream media, and you do have. It's almost like the Hunger Games, where each group has their champion that represents their interests. So one group is cheering for more Kyles. The other group, they want more, Antifas to burn more buildings down. And they're all living vicariously through this war that we're all watching on TV. It's very Running Man.
Mm-hmm. It is.
So if we had, like you said, these times that we're in, it's like it's a combination of things, I think, but it's definitely a combination of Hunger Games, Running Man, a bit of Demolition Man, The Purge, The Joker, and not quite sure what's coming next, but I get the feeling it's going to get nuclear here in about a month, like high altitude EMP or something.
You think there's going to be what's the date? What date do you think we're going to get something huge goes down?
It's a good question.
I mean, I know we're thinking November 3rd, but I mean, that date's already out there, right?
November the 3rd. It wouldn't surprise me if they do it by the dates. I mean, everything is highly scripted, and there's no way they're going to...
Aren't we supposed to get some kind of alignment this year, too, with the planets and all that? Like in the winter solstice, or is that just all like hooey, like it is every year?
It happens all the time, and whenever people notice it, they attribute all kinds of stuff to it, but I don't put a lot of stock in it. Not really. I mean, it's probably true, but mainly I've been noticing just the objective measures here, because there are specific dates that are chosen for psychological operations for various events, for the same reason that your holidays are timed with the celestial events. It's same old story, just being retold.
Yeah.
So, to answer your question, we don't have a crystal ball, but we do have predictive programming, which is pretty much the same thing. And I think that much of our analysis has pretty much been vindicated. And I have a lot more to say that I haven't said yet. I have a mind map I haven't unpacked, just I haven't had time. But hopefully I get to it, but it's been published. But hopefully I get to it beforehand, so if I call we have called some things accurately if you followed.
Yeah, have you talked to Jordan Maxwell lately? Like, what's he been up to? I haven't heard him on in a while.
I haven't talked to him in about a month. I know he said that he believes this on the account of a psychic who apparently has been very, very accurate before. He believes that the world's going to more or less change in October, and that we're not going to believe it. I kind of get this notion that he believes that there's going to be some type of a reveal of higher intelligence, or
like
aliens.
The apocalypse, like the lifting of the veil, yeah.
Yeah, this October. So that's something to look forward to.
He was the disciple under Manly P. Hall, right? That's who we got a lot of his information from?
I hadn't heard that. In fact, I didn't really ask. I didn't know who his connection was, but if that's the case...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was under Manly P. Hall, like The Secret Teachings of All Ages, like that book. That's
right.
A fantastic book.
Yeah, I was actually...
I'm pretty sure he has a connection to him, because I think he claims that he got murdered somehow. I didn't really get into it too much.
I'll have to look into it. I know Manly P. Hall lived to an old age, but his books are very, very useful for understanding what we're actually seeing. And when I was trying to understand or figure out what is this constant correlation between the phoenix and the number 33 in Christ, these symbols that we see used in conjunction, there's got to be some meaning. I was able to find it through Manly P. Hall's work, and a lot of what we arrived at through our independent research was 100% vindicated.
Yeah, you think he's very like information based and just kind of defining everything symbol by symbol. He's kind of a hard read if you're not ready for it.
It may be the case. I mean, it's dense, but it's one of those things that, there's no other way to, like, what's that other book? The one that Albert Pike wrote, where it's explaining all the rituals and all the thinking behind it, Morals and Dogma, where it's a lot of work to actually go through the thing, but somebody has to do it. And that's why I like people like Manly P. Hall who can break this stuff down. I mean, it's complex, it's it's archaic, but it's, for some reason, it's relevant today.
Yeah, and he got inducted into the Freemasons, right? Because he just knew too much. Like, he knew somebody and he got all this information and they inducted him in because he knew too much. Apparently. I think that's what they said. Like, that's kind of the story. Like, they brought him in because he knew a lot.
I don't know. I mean, how much did he really know? I look at these individuals, and I mean, it's a good this Masonic stuff, this Manly P. Hall stuff that they talk about. He does talk about blood sacrifice and some of this magical theory, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not really into it. Like, I know people who can look at numbers and they can decode it. I don't have time for gematria calculators. I don't have time for mysticism.
Yeah, because at the same time, you're just getting information. You have to believe what they say the symbol means. Like, I kind of like to look at a symbol and then kind of decode it myself and see what it means to me, Like, it's hard to just get information and just take their word on it.
Yeah, all I'm doing is I'm a critic of, like, I'm a film critic, and I'm analyzing mass media and the big picture as though it were a film. So I don't have any specific, like, beliefs about this stuff. I'm just pointing out what they believe. And so I'm not trying to, tell people this is what it means when you see the phoenix in this context. I'm saying this is how they're using it in this cryptic language. And you can live in denial of this fact or not, but there is indeed a coherent language, a language of symbolism that is intelligible if you take the time to, figure out what they're saying. And I've been looking at this phenomenon since I first started observing predictive programming and finding out that it has several layers of interpretation beyond just the propaganda. You have, and beyond selling products, there's definitely some correlations to these old mystery schools, and it's just a mystery as to why they would do so.
Right. I was also going to ask you, there's this one guy on YouTube that came to my mind like a few days ago, and he put out like a bunch of like couple hour long speeches, and then he just kind of disappeared. His name was Jonathan Adam Pants. Have you ever heard of him?
Adam Pants? No, I haven't.
No? Okay. Like, I don't think many people have, but he like put out a bunch of long little lectures on YouTube like in 2009. And I think he was kind of someone who kind of woke me up way back then. And I didn't really realize it at the time because it was kind of involved in like the ancient megalithic structures and stuff. And they put his speech in the middle of it. But if you go back, like, there's still people uploading them, and he's pretty spot on with like the symbolism and how we've been taught and all that, and how we learn what we learn and how we're kind of taking off our own path and stuff. If you ever want to check them out.
Yeah, I'll take a look. I mean, a lot of people had a lot of insight, in the early 2000s, put a lot of great content out. Jordan Maxwell is one of them. But things changed. 2012, the crisis actor thing came out, and a lot of people were resistant to change. And if you talked about crisis actors, they would say, "Oh, you're just trying to discredit our research." And so people were really resistant to it. And to me, that's crucial. If you don't understand that, then you don't really have a clue. And so, unfortunately, no matter how perceptive somebody happens to be, before having certain things in their worldview, everything they say is going to be off a little bit. So, for example, people who assume that every one of these mass shootings was a real event, well, they're in a different universe, a different fictional universe. So anyway,
yeah,
my point is
the Vegas shooting too. Like, that was insane. Like, how that came to just, like, I don't know how anybody can believe that at this point.
But yeah, my point though is
And
that
what year was that in?
even though like 10 or 15 years ago it would have been impossible to have come to a cohesive picture of what's actually happening. Even then, though, a lot of people, their instincts were right on, and they could see the media manipulation, but it was probably just impossible from there to see how bad it was. And I just can't imagine 10, no, yeah, even 10 years ago, trying to convince somebody that anything on the news is being acted with actors. Like, it's taken some time for that idea to take root, and the MSM hates it. It went mega viral thanks to David Hogg and these other crisis actors. They can't put it back in the bottle at this point. But now it's like, wait, we can show how coronavirus.
All right, it's 11 a.m., 12/13/2022, and the mud flood, the digital mud flooding of the mass mind continues, and we are moving into a dark age. We've actually been in one this whole time, we just didn't know it. And then some of us figured out, but before we can climb out of it, they're going to pull us all back in deeper. They had a ready-made plan, although it's just a conspiracy theory, this whole Great Reset thing. Now, I'm starting to go through my notes. I know it's been a few days, been very busy on the back end, building a foundation for what the future holds for Infinite Plane Society. And it's worse than anybody thought, just saying. Um, let's see, top headlines here. Oh, Joe Rogan called out The Rock. Joe Rogan Joe Rogan's like a mini rock. But this is interesting to me, and this is at the top of my list just because The Rock gets called out for being on steroids or something. Meanwhile, the Liver King, I don't know if you know who the Liver King is. He's that guy who walks around shirtless with a beard, goes into the store and he mocks your vegetables. Anyway, Liver King, who built a huge online empire by eating like raw livers, has been exposed as using steroids. I remember a few people getting into this eating raw meat thing. In particular, Jake the Orpheus, the flat earther, did for a while, and he was eating like just raw ground beef, right? I mean, just raw meat or steak or something. My point being, I think he thought he was going to get big, and last I checked, it hadn't made much of a difference. And here you have the Liver King, and you're like, wow, how do you get a body like that? This guy looks like The Rock. And this is what got me thinking. Liver King comes out as a steroid junkie, and then Joe Rogan comes out calling out The Rock, and I'm like, what these guys have in common? I don't think The Rock is using illegal drugs like that. I think that would damage his long-term prospects, and I don't think the Liver King is either. I think both the Liver King and The Rock are wearing rubber bodysuits, and if you look very closely at the Liver King, I mean, it's kind of like Chet Hanks, where the chest just, I mean, it's not that they're top heavy or the chest doesn't match, it's that it's literally a rubber muscle suit. And you can get these with anything. You don't need surgical augmentations anymore. Like, I've been wondering about this. It's like Madonna, for example. You've seen her recent videos, I'm sure, and some of these other celebrities who've invested heavily into plastic surgery. And I'm thinking, you know, it'd be so much easier just to buy a mask of yourself and just kind of freeze it at a certain age whenever you go on camera. And yes, that is the Liver King. My contention is that he is actually Rubbermaid. Now let's look at Black Adam, The Rock. Here we go. And the movie Black Adam, I'm going to watch it and review it for a few reasons. We may get into that. And now I'm just saying that what you're looking at here is not physically sustainable, and that his transformation wasn't the result of drugs, but rather the implementation of this next level of deep fakery. We often talk about fakery here, like space is fake, if you didn't know, it's a cartoon. People think deep fakes are filters that you use on Instagram to erase your age, or bringing in some celebrity into a movie who wasn't there, creating these face swaps. No, deep faking has always been deep disguise. And we're talking synthetic bodies like this. The Liver King and The Rock are both rubber. Again, Just pointing out that Joe Rogan coming out calling The Rock out on steroids, he's just running cover. Now, Joe Rogan's on steroids. Okay, let's get to the headlines today. There's a lot going on, as always. And if it's not interesting, we tend to make it so. It's been a few days. Criminalizing fake news, why it won't work. Kanye West called Elon Musk a genetic hybrid. Yeah, no, this is all kind of interesting. We'll slightly touch on this for a moment here because it's been a few days. Ye's his final tweet was a swastika with a Star of David attached to or superimposed. And what's fascinating to me is that that's the symbol of the Raelian cult. And I did attempt to investigate them a number of years ago. I got their PDF called Geniocracy. And if you didn't know, the Raelian cult is a group that believes that the human race was basically created by aliens or Elohim, they call them, that descended and upgraded the monkeys, the apes. The apes got some kind of alien upgrade, and then you have man. And that what's more, the Raelians claim to have actually cloned humans. So forget about Dolly, the sheep. I mean, they've been cloning humans and supposedly for a long time. Now, I'm looking at this symbol of the Raelians, which they did trademark, and Ye posted it. Now, the masses think obviously it's him being anti-Semitic, combining the swastika and the star. And I think the truth of it is that symbol is much older than its more recent propaganda use. But what's more, I think it might have been a shout out to this Raelian thing. Not only because Ye followed that up by calling Musk some kind of a genetic hybrid, but it turns out that Elon Musk actually has his Raelian bona fides. He's a bona fide Raelian. I think they made him some kind of, here it is. It goes back. Rael awards honorary guide title to Elon Musk. Now the name Raelian, it's Ra-El, like Israel, ISIS, Ra-El. You can look at these as composite names. That's how they use them sometimes. Like, the Masons worship something called Jabalon or something. Jehovah, Baal, and Dagon, I believe. You'll have to ask your local Masons. Okay, Rael Award Honorary Guide title to Elon Musk. I've decided to award the Honorary Guide of Humanity to Musk, said Rael, the leader of the movement. He called himself a free speech absolute. This looks like a troll. But then again, the Raelian Embassy for Extraterrestrials is a real thing. And not only is this a real thing, but it's no weirder than what the masses believe. Embassy for Extraterrestrials project presented to 50 cities around the world. I don't want to get too far into the Raelians. I'm just pointing out that their symbolism was used in this recent drama with Kanye West, and I'm suggesting that it wasn't some random symbol that he grabbed, but that Ye may even consciously know what he's doing. Like, what I'm suggesting here is that there's an esoteric side to the media, and specifically the celebrity drama. When I look at someone like someone of the magnitude of a Ye on the world stage, his significance as a fashion mogul. Look, fashion is lesser magic, mind manipulation. If you don't believe me, look at 2020. What enforced this new paradigm, the new normal? A fashion statement, PPE. Was it medically protective or was it a fashion statement? Come on. All right, let me go ahead and catch up on the comments. It's been a minute, and again, I want to point out that I have a lot of new plans. I've spent these last few days, I kind of compared it to, like, Muhammad in the cave talking to the crazy angel and dictating a new book on how to rule the world. I was like, just kind of in my office going through my notes, and I really systematized everything. Like right now, I have a very quick manual notes to speech to text to Bluetooth print. Like, I can print my notes very rapidly. It's just like it's an app away. I click a button, hit send, and then I have it in print. And everything that I print, all my notes throughout the day, whatever we're talking about that I think might be worth discussing, goes into my red folder, which is by my desk. In this way, I won't miss anything. And any of the conversation we have in Discord, like anything we've talked about in the last few days, none of it gets buried. because that's what we're really looking at. I opened up with One Eye Jack and the Shell's track Mud Flood, and I said that we were experiencing a digital mud flood. And what I mean by that is the brave new world, Huxleyan vision of so much information, nothing means anything anymore. That's kind of where we're at. And I've been pointing out for a number of weeks or months here that every 24 hours they give you 48 hours worth of news to parse. They leave you at the mercy of pundits to sort it out for you. That's the whole point. And I'm suggesting here you have to be your own pundit. You have to step back off the world stage to really see how things work. And most of the pundits don't even know. The reason why we're censored, the reason why we've been cut off of more than 145 YouTube channels is because what we are doing here is we are building an open source think tank research community on the premise that we know how media works and we're figuring it out, and we have been, and we've been digging and we've been learning. And instead of being cowed or bullied into going back to the mainstream, no, we went over the rails. Like we're not even trapped by the alternative media trap, which is really just a way to filter you back into the mainstream. And this, what we're doing here, is actually growing the IPS think tank, and that's thanks to all of you here, supporters. And for the last few days, even though I've been gone, I've been working on building, really, like I said, a foundation, because we're moving into print. And very soon, all of you that carry Infinite Plane Media or Infinite Plane Radio press passes, you'll be distribution nodes for the. I'm not going to say what it is yet, but for the new project. And it's not only, it's beyond print. That's the thing. I'm not looking at let's go back to print and just old school it. I'm saying introducing print with sort of with reciprocal links. You get the book, you don't feel like reading it, you just scan the QR code, you get the MP3, like very fully integrated content that will be beyond the possibility, transcending censorship is my point here. Why fight with all these platforms that are all totally controlled anyway? I mean, Discord tried to take me out, but I had 5 clones already built. They took out the wrong one. But look, they've been trying. They've been targeting. I know people have had their, like, look at Fakeologist. How many Discord channels has he lost? And this was meant to be a place for the outcasts. There is no place. And here's something else. This is the big story. The big story of the day that people might be missing is that all this drama you're seeing with Twitter and the Twitter exodus is simply this. They're preparing the masses for an internet lockdown. They're going to go full-on infodemic on us and quarantine enforcement while they purify. And you will have to put your your internet mask on. You're going to have to put on some kind of a hate speech filter before you get back into the comments. That's what this is ultimately about. And the celebrities who are saying this is too much, we got to leave, they're quarantining. Remember how the 2020 PSYOP was 100% a celebrity-driven PSYOP. Who led the way? Tom Hanks? Various celebrities getting the sniffles, leading the way into quarantine. Look at me, I'm quarantining, virtue signaling. Well, every single one of these celebrities leaving Twitter is simply virtue signaling. It's like, you got to announce on Twitter that you're leaving Twitter? Okay. That's a statement as you leave. And again, these are celebrities, meaning what they're doing is not just mere drama. It's all strategic. It's all propaganda. Anyway, let me get back into the chat. Again, what has kept this channel afloat this whole time has been this commitment to maintaining the format of an open source think tank like we have. And we've seen it when real-time events break out and how rapidly we deconstruct stories. It's like watching a bunch of ants taking apart a dead grasshopper. It's like those stories don't stand a chance. We disarticulate them. We understand them. The Club Q shooting recently happened at midnight. We had already more or less deconstructed the narrative and the purpose by 3 a.m. I woke up. My auto hoax senses were tingling. I woke up and checked my phone. It's like Club Q. Okay, this is going to blame the right, specifically the QAnon fringe. Okay, it's an LGBT. Okay, I get it. It's going to tie into the drag queen storytime protests. And exactly. All right, joined by AA, Benton, Cubstar, Zinvalis, Osher6, Uncool Ben, Heidi, Belanger, thank you for joining. Your mama's here. Salty Siren says chest vest. Oh yeah, Chet Hanks and his chest vest. He's got some cool tattoos on it. Less painful that way. Everything is just so fake. All right. Cubstar says skinny tramp in a muscle suit. Yeah, I'm not saying that The Rock is a beanpole. I'm just saying he's not as big as he looks. And they call him The Rock because everything they do is the opposite. Up is down, good is bad. They invert everything. So wouldn't it be such a huge joke that The Rock would be actually rubber? You know what I mean? Like, how perfectly inverted is that? And that kind of makes me. There's something Kevin Hart said. I hate doing live research on the fly, but Kevin Hart said something kind of peculiar, where he made some kind of a troll on The Rock, and I believed he said something about The Rock possibly even being made out of rubber. Oh, here it is. He asked if Dwayne The Rock's forehead was really prosthetic. Yeah, this is a very bizarre video. I'm not going to play it, but The Rock and Kevin Hart were making these jokes back and forth, and yeah, Kevin Hart suggested The Rock was prosthetic, and I'm suggesting his body's rubber. Same with the Liver King. All right, to continue. Yeah, the Liver King is Rubbermaid, and The Rock is, yeah, the guy's wearing a skin suit. I've seen examples. I don't want to search it right now on the fly, but you can look. You want to look good on Saturday night, and you want to have a body like The Rock, you just got to order it from Amazon. Or you want to look like any female, you can order the right chest pieces, or any in between. It's like we're Mr. Potato Head world now. Just get the parts you want, put it on. Truth Hurts 21 says these people take it to the extreme are promoted to mock animal-based diets. I thought it might be some kind of a mockery. All of the people promoting the eat the raw meat are kind of, I don't know, they look like federal informants for the most part, or trolls, paid trolls. Like I considered a troll operation, and I can talk about it now since I'm not going to do it. It's not technically a spoiler. But I considered hiring a couple of actors to pose as breatharians, where for like 90 days they just eat, or rather imbibe the nutrients from the ether. And then for 30 days we follow them, or 90 days, and we just interview them every few days. And all they do is they breathe in the ether, and they eat ions or something. I don't know what they do. They drink water here and there, but for the most part, they're self-contained and they meditate. But then at the end of the 70 or 80, 90-day period, I have them busted at a Burger King, like just eating Whoppers as a, Whopper, kind of an inside joke. But the whole thing would be, it'd just be a funny troll, and we'd get millions of followers, and obviously we'd all be driving Lambos. You can make big money in the hoax industrial complex. It's huge. The reason I won't do it is that in today's environment, so many people would actually copy them that people would be starving to death, and it'd be blamed on me. They'd be basically, it would be, it'd be skeletons in the basements. They'd be like, yep, Infinite Plane Radio suggested you don't have to eat, and he's been interviewing these people. All right, let me continue. Travis Cloud says, Black Adam was okay. Rock's acting is so simple. He just has a bunch of one-liners and he makes a face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they pay him, like it's in his contract, like every time he raises his eyebrow or something. It's always these signature cliche facial expressions and poses, and they're always trying to relive whatever made them cool. And it rots over time. It loses its impact. The last movie I saw with The Rock, I don't remember what it was called, but he was chasing Ryan Reynolds around. And I was just like, this guy's got to turn sideways to walk through a door. That can't be real. AA says, Synthol's funny guys with huge, weird biceps from injecting oil. Okay, now Synthol was a thing, and is a thing, where you inject yourself with oil. Those guys didn't get the memo. You can wear your oil packets on the outside. I mean, you don't have, you can just buy your little balloons full. I don't know what these rubber suits are. I've never, like, I'm pretty sure The Rock feels like real muscle. But I think these things, I don't think it's just pure rubber. I think there's some kind of inside squeezy material. We ought to send an Infinite Plane Radio reporter to one of the, or just crowdsource one of these bodysuits, have them test it out. All right, continuing. Didn't I see Elon is Iranian? Yes, he's he could be. And what Ye had said was that he suspected that Ye was that Elon was one of 10 or 20 clones of himself. Now, I don't want to get sidetracked into this Raelian clone thing, but it stood out to me for a few reasons. And one of the main reasons, and she was recently in the news. Um, Elon Musk's wife, his first wife, I believe, Justine Musk, had this book that I read. Back when I used to sell books, I'd get a ton of books from the used bookstore, I'd flip them on Amazon. And I flipped through this one, Lord of Bones by Justine Musk, because, well, I was like, what kind of woman was the guy that's going to take us out to Mars? What was he, who was he dating? And given the truth about what the space agencies actually do and what the role of fake space is in our world today, as in it's part of our new paradigm, it's the fake space, I thought there's got to be something in here. Like, you don't just marry anybody, you usually have some kind of overlap. So here's Lord of Bones, and I flipped through it, but here's the overview. Ramsey is a teenage boy with an angel trapped inside him. He and Jess stopped a demon intent on bringing out the apocalypse, but the gate was opened and more demons have made their way into the world. These demons need to inhabit human bodies to survive, and therein lies their weakness. Ramsey and Jess travel from town to town looking for the demon hybrids. Now here's the thing. The book is very similar to JPL and the Babylon working. And if you go back, and Musk ties into all of this when you get into the symbolism, especially his I guess, is it a Mars base out there with a Stargate? But the idea here was this. At the genesis of NASA, you had JPL, Jack Parsons was there with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron, and they were trying to summon the Antichrist. Well, the idea was that you're bringing in these non-corporeal beings into the world. The gateway is the priestess in these rituals, but they need bodies to inhabit. And that's kind of the problem, because, you're looking at some disincarnate entity. Now, here's where it gets interesting, and it ties into the Raelians and the clone thing. In this book, what happens is there's an underground, now this ties into Musk and his boring company drilling underground. You have these deep underground bases where there are clones happening, and these are soulless, uninhabited clones waiting for some kind of sentient being to jump into it. And that's where the satanic rituals come in. So they're able to summon fallen angels to take over these cloned bodies. Anyway, that's Lord of Bones, Justine Musk, just kind of an overview. Just so you know where he's coming from, what's in his head. All right, continuing. We says, thanks, Tim, for pointing out that the symbol is older than the agitprop we're seeing now. Oh, yes. In fact, I've seen the symbol of the swastika and the six-pointed star combined in a few different contexts as well. In fact, when you get into the Tarot and you go look at the symbolism, you can find, well, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but what I'm saying is, when you get into like Western occultism and how far back the stuff goes, a lot of these symbols have multiple applications. Like AOK. Does it mean AOK? Does it mean white power? Does it mean 666? Or does it mean AOK? Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. But it's important to remember when it's not. I mean, Sigmund Freud is a blood relative of the founder and first CEO of Netflix. And they're both related to Edward Bernays, Propaganda and the Public Mind. All right, let me continue. Rocco Calzone has joined us, says aloha all. Thanks for joining. And my new plan, by the way, is 90 minutes, mainly just content and research, and 90 minutes caller-driven content. So 3 hours a day is my basic schedule, morning and evening, or all in the evening, just depending on the day. But my quota is actually 3 hours. Someone asks if the Penguinzilla is on. Let me check. I'm going to have to turn that back on momentarily. The Kraken. Joined by Copaesthetic, says Autohook senses were tingling. Yeah, when, you can sense that some big news story happened. Like you can sense a disturbance. Like the herd is suddenly a little off, on edge. Never forget the antics of 2020, and we're going to have to do some kind of documentary. And I wanted to call it, I don't know, maybe Covidiot Nation or something. There's got to be some kind of compilation because you have to hold people accountable for how they acted when things got bad. Like this was a fake apocalypse, and look how they acted. If it was the real thing, the people who are stealing toilet paper will be, who knows what they will be doing. The people who are looting stores will be looting homes. I mean, they escalate. And the masses are definitely uniformly triggerable. If you're not an auto hoaxer, you're probably triggerable. And what I mean is, you are triggered by the news because you believe it, or you're scared of the masses so you won't criticize the news, which also means you're triggerable. If you don't care about what the masses say because you care about the truth, and you're not triggered by the news because you know it's fake and you have to analyze it first, yeah, then I would say you've more or less you've ascended. Welcome to the club. Not that it's all ascended. What I'm saying is you stepped off of their edifice of lies. It's like leaving a cult, and it's not easy to do. But I do have a bit of practical experience in cult deprogramming, mainly myself. I mean, I joined one of the biggest cults in the world, the military, and there is quite a lot that can be said for the usefulness for fascism and teamwork and that kind of groupthink programming. But what the media is doing is, I think, is they're turning the masses into religious fundamentalists. And I am not part of their religion. I'm like stepping outside of it. And it's definitely, if you ask me, the case that 2020 was all about this mind war. Like, for example, the old religions. And look at the screen. If you're looking at the screen, this is just showing you how the old religions and the new religions or the new religion are the same. Here you have Elon Musk with an image of his starship, and it says Ark of Space. Starship taking beings of Earth to Mars. And of course, they're taking 2 of each animal because I guess Elon Musk believes that these animals are binary. And it's an interesting picture anyway. You'll notice that there are like New World Order police keeping the mobs away because they got to get the animals in there first. Can't have all those people. I'm just pointing this out because this Noah's Ark scenario has been reintroduced with global warming. Well, they had to reintroduce sin and evil, and they do have modern counterparts. Now, to get the people to accept the premise of sin, they have to believe in God and punishment, but they've eradicated that, so they've replaced it. I'm saying the new concept, of course, is the invisible killer, one that you can be saved from preemptively, and those who are saved and those who are unsaved are then harshly divided because you have one group that rejects salvation, and this invisible killer is, I believe, sin reintroduced. I think the virus is a construct, as far as the pandemic goes, used for the most part to replace sin and give the new priesthood the same level of controls they had over superstitious believers in these old world controlling paradigms. And this is just a new one. I think this war is mostly mental. That's why you're not actually tripping over bodies anywhere. All right, going through some comments. Dimitri says, are the arms real? Has he ever flexed in a movie? Yeah, I would like to see The Rock flex in a movie because I don't think those arms are real. For the longest time, I thought the guy was injected with synthol. In fact, back in 2020, I remember thinking, yeah, this guy's got to be on synthol. Just imagine him sitting there and his assistants are around with these like big syringes, just pumping him full of whatever they put in there, Crisco. But no, he wears it on the outside. Wears it on the outside. By the way, we're going to do some more etymology. Tim Truth called in a little over a week ago, and we talked about the word syringe, how it comes from syrinx, the pan flute. Again, Pan, god of the panic. Think pan, pandemic, panic. And very interesting line of inquiry there. But a few nights ago in the Discord server, Lean Dion pointed out that this could be an explanation for all those twerking nurses. Do you remember those videos when we were trying to figure out what's with all these empty hospitals, but then these nurses are just having a field day, twerking, pole dancing on the IV poles? I assumed that the pharmacies were open or something, and they had no patience, nothing to deal with. But no, these were actually globally coordinated dance routines and dance contests everywhere. Now I think I know why. Because, for example, do you remember the Blinding Lights challenge? And I don't want to go through and play any. I actually do want to create a separate compilation of all of the Dancing Nurse videos. There's got to be a documentary on this. But my thinking is there were some points where we thought this is very hive mindy. They're all wearing this PPE, can't see their faces, they're moving and dancing like zombies. And it's all being globally orchestrated, like the Blinding Lights Challenge, all these nurses. What's going on here? Now, here's where it ties in. You have Pan, the pan flute, the syrinx, the syringe, the pandemic, the lockdowns. It looks to me like what we're actually seeing with the nurses is, and this is what Lane Dion pointed out, these are the nymphs dancing with the satyr. Pan has his dancing nurses, you could say. It's fertility. It's basically, yeah, it's the extremes, the extreme representation of male fertility. This horned god with the pipes, and then you have the goddesses running around that he's chasing them around. Yeah, the dancing nurses were probably the counterpart and part of this role that they weren't even aware of. All right, let us continue going through comments. We says, do you remember Fredericks of Hollywood? Fake calves, fake booty, fake. Interesting. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if there are bodybuilders out there that have like rubber calves. Because that's like a genetic thing. You can do whatever you want physically to your body, inject whatever, but like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I remember reading about how his calves were disproportionately small. And I'm thinking, I've heard about like calf injections and stuff, but I could see, just like wearing like a calf sock, but it's flesh colored. Super easy. All right, let us continue going through your comments, see if I've missed anything. Cat Bunny Buffalo is here. How durable would a muscle suit be? Is he bigger now compared to his pro wrestling days? Now, if you're talking about the rubber, the Rock. Yeah, I would say that he's like twice as big. I was like, what happened? He hits middle age and he blows up. Like he got bigger than before. Like he leveled up. Like how does that happen? It's usually the reverse. And I think he is definitely using some top secret fake body stuff. How would you know? Like, is there some kind of goggles? You could see if there's any sort of heat signature in a room and the Rock is like not there. Maybe that would show it. Okay, let me continue going through again. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. Okay, I've caught up. Excellent. Phones are going to be open now or later. It doesn't matter. Like I said, we have a quota now. 3 solid hours a day. I want 90 minutes to be caller driven because our think tank has always been that. It's been about the human intel, the pool. The thousands of eyeballs. Thousands of pairs of ears. Watching the world go by and helping us build a composite that you wouldn't get otherwise. This picture's too big to be seen with one person. I remember somewhere reading, I think it was something else Crowley had said about flies. There's a couple of enigmatic quotes I need to dig up about Crowley. One of them is about etymology, which he says is the most important grimoire. Alan Moore mentioned that, a book of the origin of words. But there was a statement he made about flies, about how we are like a fly on a painting, and that from our perspective, we have no concept of what the bigger reality is. I don't necessarily agree with that. I guess. I'm a human, not a fly, but my point of it is this picture that we're seeing is so compartmentalized that one person can't see it. You have people all the way up the pyramid who can't see the big picture. You got to be at the capstone. And what we've been doing here from the very beginning has been recognizing these insights and including them in our bigger picture worldview. If you don't know about the existence of crisis actors, you're just not in reality. Your reality's been augmented. And I'm not a reality denialist. I experience the same one you do, but the difference is I don't accept any augmentations that can't be verified. I don't have any superstitions. And many of the things people think are real are superstitions, like Bigfoot and the ISS. In fact, we had a lot of conversations about the space station, and I've been fine-tuning my arguments to bring it down. I believe the space station is held up by nothing more than hearsay, a non sequitur fallacy, and ad populum arguments. That's what keeps it up there. That's all. Okay, going through my notes here. Now, here's something else I wanted to get back into. The flat Earth topic. That topic proved that there's an immune system in the media, that it will react and it will close up any kind of hemorrhaging about any potentially damaging information, even if it means destroying entire platforms like YouTube, for example. YouTube was destroyed to stop flat earthers from talking. And are there any real, quote, flat earthers in the sense the media describes? Not really. We're talking about people with questions that go beyond merely the lack of conspicuous curve. We're asking for answers, and we've pointed out the liars, and they want you to focus on, oh, prove they're lying, prove they're lying. But you could spend years trying to prove that they're lying. How about just recognize they're lying, accept it, and then ask, what are they hiding? What do they really know? And we've been consistently getting those answers. I mean, that's what Infinite Plane Society has been from the beginning. I took the name to kind of be an alternative to this flat Earth Society structure they were imposing over this topic of the world's not what they say. And I'm saying, let's not limit it to this. Let's find out all the answers because it's not about shape. It's about, I think, open or close. Are we in an open system or a closed system? And I'm not talking specifically and only about geography, but I'm also talking about information, culture, and everything else. I mean, the timeline that we're on is even questionable. You think you can trust your history? Why? You think it wasn't written by the same people that write your news every day? But what's a more important question? Are they lying and proving they're lying to the people who can't tell that they're lying? You know, I mean, what's a more important priority? Convincing people that these guys are lying? Or again, asking, well, what's behind these lies? And that's kind of where my focus is. Space is fake, but I'm not denying there's something up. I am denying there is something down in the way that they say because I don't think space is beneath us. I think it's up. I think they might. I mean, I think there's a lot of areas that we could probably get into here. Auto hoaxing reality. But the reason why flat Earth specifically has been challenged is that it's transgressive because it goes beyond their established paradigm. Oh, this is the world that we say you live on. It's this closed system, and if you don't recycle, it's going to flood. And it's going to kill your grandchildren. And it also contradicts the authorities. It just flat out says, no, you guys are lying. And they don't like that. They would rather have you get into different denominations and argue with each other. They don't want you questioning the central premise, the authority. Because this question says, oh, their science is corrupt. It's not that science is bad. And this is another thing. The Flat Earth Society and the domers out there, like Sergeant Dome, they're always saying science is bad, science lies. I'm like, no, science is a methodology, not a belief system. Religion lies. And the media is a religion, and it lies. And it lies about what science actually would reveal. We don't have a scientific exploration of the edges of the world as far as I know. For the most part, we're just told and we accept. Yeah, it's the ice continent on the bottom. And then the flat earthers are told it's an ice wall, and they're satisfied with that. No, it's an ice wall and there's glass there. And they were very sensitive to a lot of questions like, if you're positing a dome, what is the curve of the dome? Is it higher in the middle or is it flat? You know, there's so many questions that were just shelved. And then there were even people who could credibly instigate some kind of exploration or something, and most of them would say you can't go because the ice wall is lined by Navy ships with guns and they'll shoot you. Okay. Sure. Okay, let me go ahead and let's go through the notes in my minds.com. See if we can catch back up. Lots happening. I got a message from the blind skeptic who is not skeptical about Kanye West, who is married to a Kardashian and has been a lifelong part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, connected to the Kardashians, connected to the OJ thing, connected to the... I mean, really, when you get into it, you want to say that Kanye West is on your side, be my guest. The blind skeptic, though, he says to me, how are you grouping Kanye into this? He's fighting for the independence. He's calling out feds all over the place. Really, he didn't call out Nick Fuentes. Just because Ye's in the spotlight doesn't mean he's one of them. He's trying to break free and he's being smeared. But I agree with you about Trump and Musk. Okay, well, one, Musk believes in outer space. He promotes that whole lie. You want to trust Musk is like somehow fighting for your freedom? Okay, if he was, he'd pull the rug out from underneath NASA like yesterday. Then when it comes to uh, Trump, is he on your side? I don't know if he's. I think he's a straw man, a populist type who's meant to take a fall. I mean, that's pretty much what's happening there. He's Biff Tannen right now. We're just waiting for his glorious exit, which some posit, and Donnie Darkin on Twitter really believes this, that he's going to be the Antichrist. And I wouldn't be surprised. Not that I believe there's going to be a quote Antichrist. That's all made up stuff. The fact is, the world stage personas that we focus on are generally composite characters, and you can find out who they're based on pretty blatantly. Jeff Bezos is Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel, and I can point out 100 ways where they've made that his persona. But to stay on topic here, I answered him because he said again, "How are you grouping Ye with Musk and Trump?" He's because I said this was a trifecta, and I said Ye's on the script as a right-wing activist, a partisan provocateur. He takes part in satanic ritual, satanic fashion, and his entire fall from grace was predictable. I called this last January, and the 2-2-2-2-2 ritual was definitely a welcome party for the Antichrist. And what do you all think? Is he on your side? Are you following Ye? Was he right? I mean, I've learned from it. I've actually come to believe that the explanation that he gave for who controls the world is a right-wing fringe explanation, counterpart to the left-wing fringe explanation that blames white privilege for everything. You know, this blame whitey for everything, blame Jew for everything. Yeah, it's partisan. If it's partisan, it's fake. That's generally the case. If it's a partisan issue, it's just another football. It's another scapegoat, and it's not going to go away. The gun grab's never going to go away. The womb grab's never going to go away. They want to regulate our guns. They want to regulate our wombs. Think about that. It's the male and the female. These are, again, the guns on the right, the abortion on the left. You can see how its masculine, feminine polarities are playing off of. These things do not go away. The explanation that the Jews are controlling everything is always going to be a facet of the right. And the blaming of the whites for everything is always going to be a facet of the left. To say that he's somehow promulgating the truth is, look, red pill has been for some time pretty much just the right wing version of woke. If you don't like woke, then red pill should also nauseate you because it's the same exact poison. Oh, but my poison's red and yours is blue. I want to point this one out too. This is the story of Bankman Fried, who just got arrested. Crypto creep busted in Bahamas. Fraud, money laundering. I effed up, he says. Now I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is a deep fake. This is a persona. Just as fake as The Rock's rubber body, his rubber muscles. Just as fake as the Liver King's rubber body, the Rubber King. This is a scapegoat. People are asking, where do the billions go? I would imagine that the billions went to people who are smart enough to create a fall guy who would be easy to point at, easy to distract everybody from who's actually making money. They're going to dress him up. He's going to be this devil in a nerd's clothing, always in a dirty, stained shirt, messy hair. I mean, this is so fake. And people are believing it. Like, where'd the money go? Yeah, whoever paid for this thing. He could be animatronic. He could be rubber. He could be an actor. I don't think you're looking at an actual person here who's surprised at what's happening because he knows that he's running cover for all of these other people. Salty Siren says Elon is so butthurt. Oh yeah, you know what? You're right about that. He got booed at a Dave Chappelle. Is it comedy or is it political grandstanding? I mean, look, he's a comedian, sure, Dave Chappelle, but for the most part, it's just become partisan, and it's become, in many ways, gatekeepy. He's like, I don't understand the philosophy of the flat Earth society or the flat Earth. It's like, I don't understand the philosophy of believing everything you see on TV and trusting everything as though they've never lied before. But Commenter says Russia will be launching nuclear strikes against NATO population centers in 48 hours, making final preparations. They will not be launching the first strike at the U.S. Yeah, I've been thinking that they would be, well, hitting Seattle first, but we'll see. Wee says, in my opinion, Ye didn't call Fuentes because he was desperate at that moment for someone in his corner. Yeah, but he chose a guy who says that women shouldn't have the right to vote. Like, if you don't believe in women's suffrage, then yeah, champion Fuentes. Fuentes is also said some very disparaging comments about all races, not just Jews, who he wants to purge from government. I mean, he's literally a white racist nationalist, and he's proud of it. And he's also an uber incel who believes that if you're having sex outside of marriage, you are in somehow mortal sin. Like, it's this kind of neo-puritanical streak that I see coming from the far right. But I think it's all fallacious. Even Kanye, he's blaming pornography for the destruction of his family. But then you hear about accounts of him at work, and he's like, make me a shoe I can have sex with. I'm like, I'm pretty sure these guys are actors, but maybe not. Maybe Ye's actually authentically going through his own Truman Show breakdown, but I'm just getting vibes from 2015, 2016 when Ye put on a MAGA hat and it was a big deal. Now White Lives Matter. It just seems like it's an old trick. But I also think that his downfall is scripted, and I think when I say scripted, I mean it was planned. I don't think what he's experiencing is simply because he criticized those you cannot criticize. I think if Ye had said similar things about any group, he'd be hitting the same exact kind of barriers. You know, it's interesting to watch though. But I'm saying that I called it in January that Kanye West's downfall is going to coincide with the nuking of the West, which is about to happen. It's all symbolic. You're looking at the debased West, the Antichrist West, and then you have the Russia threat now with the nukes, and they're saying that the American West cannot be exporting its evils everywhere, and they're going to put us back in our place. And Ye epitomizes what the West is about. It's, the Kardashian lifestyle, this idol worship, and I think that his downfall is symbolic of the downfall of the West, thus the name. And you'll note throughout the year that it was constantly framed this way, that the West has got to fall, the West is the Antichrist. Now, as far as Ye hanging out with white nationalist types, it was all, I believe, to platform that kind of stuff on Twitter with Musk's help. And the reason why, and this is the point of the PSYOP, what is the purpose? Why am I saying that Ye is a provocateur for the right? Look, the fact that he tried to buy Parler, which they're not selling to him anymore, he was going to buy Parler. Well, Parler's CEO is the husband of Candace Owen, the 33-year-old that did the White Lives Matter thing with him, right-wing provocateur. He's being fed lines by the right, and here's why, in my opinion. They want to make the case to the masses that social media needs to be locked down. They're preparing for a quarantine because of, quote, hate. A little while ago, I was talking about how they reintroduced sin through the virus. Original sin, carbon footprint. Well, evil. Evil's been reintroduced, and evil is, of course, hate. And like hate crimes, different from regular crimes. This has been something they've inserted into, and look, most hate crimes are fake. But what they're trying to introduce, I think, is a secular replacement for evil, and they've succeeded. And what they're going to do, this is what I expect is going to happen, and I actually predicted this a little while ago. I think some kind of Club Q-like event's going to happen, and it's going to be blamed on Kanye and Musk. That's why you have all these celebrities who are leaving Twitter now. They're going to say, hey, I'm not part of it. We left. We saw this coming. We're being set up for a huge I told you so. Now, again, Fuentes, if you can look past his hardline ethnic nationalism, you do have to consider that he does believe that women ought to be broodmares for the state and that they shouldn't be working and they should not vote. Like, I'm surprised that more people on the right don't have a problem with that. I think he called Marjorie Taylor Greene a ridiculous girl boss. I mean, that's their attitude. Okay, let me continue here. I was looking at these Nreal AR glasses, these smart glasses. Incredible. You can walk around with your screens over your eyes now. It's the inverse of They Live. You know, the movie starring Roddy Rowdy Piper, where you have these lenses on that let you see through the matrix. They kind of brought this back with that movie Free Guy. But the idea is, of course, that until you have these on, you can't see things as they are. In the real world, it's kind of the inverse. You got to take the lenses off to see things because they're putting us into this thing pretty overtly. But I'm looking at this, and it's these little black screens that go over your eyes, and we're just talking about smart glasses, augmented reality. You can watch things, you can stream, you can play games. So you could be looking someone in the eyes, and they're probably doing a first-person shooter or something. But my point of it is this hoodwinking. If you don't know what a hoodwink is, it's the wool. It's the wool hood that goes over your head or the head of the candidate who's being initiated into the Freemasonic cult. And this is consistent with all of the cults. They all do this. They put the wool over your eyes. We all look. The masses who don't know the news is fake have wool over their eyes. They've been hoodwinked. Now, when the wool is taken off your eyes, when they take the hood off your head, then of course you're shown the light. But this is only done within the confines of a sealed temple, because outside of that sealed candlelit room, the world is considered to be a quote wilderness of darkness. And my point is, I think the space age, and Space Odyssey pointed this out with the whole black monolith. I think the space age is about bringing man into space. And what is outer space if you think about it? Endless, limitless darkness. I think that man is being led into a new wilderness of darkness. In other words, this is the new hoodwink. And I've been saying this for some time, that the metaverse is overcoming the meatverse. And what this means, I think, is that we are being put into an increasing level of susceptibility to this total hypermediation and what that represents. And if you don't know what it represents, I mean, I can point to numerous examples. One of my favorite examples to point to is the TV show Space Cadets. This was a British television program where they had a number of individuals convinced that they were in low Earth orbit. How did they do it? A couple of ways. Key thing here, half the people there were actors. So half of them were actors and half of them were dupes. And the dupes thought they were in space. This is, again, a show called Cadets, Space Cadets. This is from the Wikipedia article, quote, "In order for the hoax to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets would have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show." Now, it says here, they selected people who were, quote, here we go, susceptible people who are creative and want to go along with the crowd. They chose people who were wacky personalities or uninhibited. They didn't want people who are too inhibited, which is kind of interesting. People who are attention seekers. People who are gullible and conformists and ignorant about the show's subject matter. So let me replace this. Because the intention was to obtain a group of cadets who are highly gullible, conformist, ignorant about the show's matter, and attention seekers. Now, if we can replace a group of cadets with just regular TV viewers, that's what the mainstream media is doing. They want their viewers to be gullible, conformist, attention seekers. This is a huge part of why social media is all about making your personal life public, commodifying your privacy, destroying privacy. 1984, cameras everywhere, you couldn't avoid them. Well, the way they actually made this happen was they trained us to surveil ourselves inside and out. You know, social media is not just monitoring what you post. In a way, it's actually reading your thoughts. I mean, it's creating a great profile about every single person. But my point is, I think that social media is getting people to become a little more extroverted, used to getting attention, seeing value in getting attention. And these are the qualities that were sought in those that would be chosen to be brainwashed, who were considered to be brainwashable enough to fall for fake space travel for 5 days in quote low Earth orbit. And it worked, is my point. They had to be conditioned. They had to be selected. And I'm saying that the masses have been conditioned to be duped. And that's fixable, but you know, these cadets didn't know it was a hoax until the great reveal at the end. And there's something else about this show I want to also point out. While this hoax is at the expense of the contestants, and they are being laughed at, the most expensive hoax in television history is what it's being called. Even though they are being laughed at because they've been duped into thinking that they're on a spaceship, is this any different than the masses who believe that the Earth is a spaceship? Like, I think this is a microcosm of the human condition in a lot of ways, and about what media actually is. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip from Space Cadets when they are revealing that they're in a space simulator. And look, this is another indicator of just how fakeable space travel is, which is an important consideration. Again, Space Cadets, the most expensive hoax in television history.
Billy, Kerry, Paul.
A tape played back to them in the capsule their own suspicions,
Everything feels a bit caravan-y.
to give them one last chance to work it out for themselves.
We could just be in a simulator at the moment.
We could just be in a simulation at the moment, and then the walls come down. Little revelations here.
I knew it! Oh my god, how heartbreaking.
I knew it! It's time to come home.
Meanwhile, stagehands transported the pod into the studio. Before the doors were
They cried, they screamed. A lot of them wanted to be Space Cadets. Yes, they were duped. Now, is this going to happen in real life? If Musk was truly some kind of liberator or savior who wanted to expose the big hoaxes, yeah, he would expose NASA as exactly Space Cadets, but for the masses. He would expose it, but he's not going to. Why? Because it would unravel the global warming hoax and everything else. When Musk agreed that cryptocurrency isn't green enough, that it's bad for the environment, I realized then, okay, he's one of them. Well, I didn't realize that. It just reaffirmed. There's no way there's a mole. There's no way you've got someone insider who's there's no white hats. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is the, 10th hoaxiversary, Sandy Hook. We have this documentary or this little video here. And I wonder if Gabby Petito is going to get a special mention. Remember Gabby Petito played the role of Persephone a couple late summers ago as we entered into the fall. You know, the kidnapped victim happened to be in a Sandy Hook video. A memorial, and she carried a sign that said, "I'm not replaceable. I'm not replaceable." And then she disappears. Anyway, here's a video, kind of a parody. It's from the Sandy Hook Promise. Back to School Essentials.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for study.
Now, you're looking at a commercial that's really cheery, and then it gets dark, and they start talking about how they're going to survive school shootings.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
Kid uses a skateboard to break out. He looks like he would have been the shooter. Look at that haircut. And he's white. And these are the only shooters that the media focuses on. They don't care about gun violence in any other context. Here's another scene. Again, this is a commercial from the Sandy Hook Promise, where a kid's using a sock to tourniquet the leg of another kid.
They can be a real lifesaver.
Here's a girl in the bathroom texting, "I love you, Mom," before the shooter comes in and gets her.
I got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
And I'm just pointing out here that these actors are far better than any of the actors I've seen in any of the news psyops. Like it must be a shallow recruiting pool. Like they've got to recruit the kids of intelligence agents or something. Like there's got to be a reason why they're not drawing real talent like this. Anyway, it's back to school time. And you know what that means. Get your Kevlar backpacks. Now, let me point out one other thing here. This is very important here because many people here have dealt with this, where someone will say to you, "How dare you? The victims. How dare you? My dead children." I want to point this out. The people who would shame you into not telling the truth are on the wrong side of history. You might as well just call them child abusers. What I mean by that is, if you are not standing by those of us who are deconstructing the Psywar, I mean, we're conscientious objectors here. Most people are not even aware there is a Psywar to object to it. So they're by default, they're in support of it. And if you're in support of the Psywar, if you're trying to stop anybody from exposing it, you're actually enabling it. You are enabling the myth of the mass shooter that's being used to systematically traumatize every single student in every school room, everywhere. We're talking about universal, ubiquitous MK Ultra mind control programming going on for 20 years, trauma-induced mind control reinforced by the media, all part of the Psywar. And I'm not a part of it. And I call out the Sandy Hookers because, yeah, they're basically enabling and facilitating and justifying the mass traumatization of the youth of America and probably the world. And I'm just saying, yeah, I don't support that. And if you support these crisis actors, you do. David Hogg is a terrorist. In a very real way, he's a Psywar operative and a terrorist. Forget crisis actor. He's a terrorist. In fact, there's a pretty good meme. I think you have to search auto hoax. I think you just search auto hoax and then you search images. I'm pretty sure one of the first memes that pops up, created by MVP, the hardware vandal, there it is. This is David Hogg with a gun to the head of a baby. Now, that's funny. You know, it's a meme, and what I mean is it's satire because it does contain a grain of truth here. He is literally holding a gun to the head of every kid in this country. He's justified it. He is a terrorist, and he most likely played Adam Lanza. Auto hoaxers do have the moral high ground, just reminding you. I've been following up on this January 6th thing. There's some kind of move very soon to try to arrest Trump. Better do it soon while people still care about him, before they all hang up their MAGA flags. January 6th examines Trump's 187 minutes. I was talking about, in the Discord server, about the numerology and how it tells you what the story is. You have markers. 187, homicide. It was all over this 1/6 thing from the beginning. And a lot of this tells you it wasn't spontaneous. It was meant to go down that way. Although MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, recently got into a bit of heat, and I don't know if she's going to be investigated for this, but she was at a MAGA rally or MAGA friendly political event, and she said if she had organized it and she had planned it, they would have been armed and they would have won, is what she said. But again, 187 minutes, just kind of pointing out that he's guilty of killing or the murders, the deaths of the cops that didn't happen. January 6th was a guided tour. And for saying this, I lost monetization on DLive because it's obviously run by commies, but it's all good. We're still there because there are people who are on DLive, like Diana South. Diana South says, without knowing, most people keep these lies alive. Yes. You know, what I was talking about earlier is the ISS. Like, you ever been at a concert and someone throws a beach ball and it just stays up the whole night? That's the ISS. And what keeps the ISS up? Faulty eyewitness testimony, hearsay, non sequitur, logical fallacies, and ad populum arguments. That's it. The blind belief in hearsay keeps the ISS up. If people stop propping it up there, going with the default, it would fall. And I plan to bring it down without referencing any video clips. Without having to reference any video clip or GIF or image, I think it's entirely possible to bring the ISS down in the minds of the believers, once they realize it's an artificial construct. January 6th was a guided tour, though. Lots of theater, and I was thinking about the flagpole violence. I was watching some of the footage. You know, people are swinging flagpoles, and it looks really violent and scary, but so do concerts, where people are moshing or pushing against each other. Nobody really gets hurt. Astro World, nobody died, nobody cried. That was fake. My point is, what you saw at the 1/6 thing was mostly drama. And the reason why they were swinging the flagpoles is it looks very violent. It looked like Braveheart with these screaming patriots with their horns. They look like Vikings and they're swinging these flags. And it reminded me of martial arts, like in Kung Fu with the bow staff, sparring. It looked like sparring, and it's eminently fakeable. But my point is this. Nobody died on January 6th except for one person. Not Ashley Babbitt. There's a documentary that proves that Ashley Babbitt didn't die. There are multiple jump cuts. And if you're not an editor, you may not know what that is. And look, you have to almost think like a video editor to deconstruct news these days to find the continuity errors and flaws. But jump cuts shouldn't be there. But they are there, as are the actors and the feds and everything else. Ashley Babbitt didn't die, but the only person that did die, in my opinion, I don't know this for sure, was the woman with the "Don't Tread on Me" flag that got trampled to death. I'm willing to suspend disbelief in that one case. She's got a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, and unfortunately, they just trampled over her. Sounds believable. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. Nobody died. Nobody cried. But I give credit where due. I did see a kind of I guess it was a tearful face at Club Q. But it looked like method acting. I could see him thinking about losing a puppy or something. But he was also plucking at his eyelid with his finger. Like, if I was an acting coach for crisis actors, I think I could outperform a lot of whoever's guiding them these days. I almost don't want to give away some of the ways I've come up with to make it look like somebody's been crying. Like, there's this sunscreen I know of that if you put it on your eyelids, you will look like you've been crying. You will actually have tears. You can take a big bong rip of some skunk weed. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do to come out looking puffy-eyed and sad. I've been doing a lot of reviews on the side here. I'm preparing some. I've been watching things. I got Netflix, and I don't know how I got Netflix. It's like every month it's either Netflix or HBO. I get an email like, oh, we billed your account. Well, I got e-grappled by Netflix the other night. And so apparently you're signed up for life. I thought I remembered at some point years ago getting a free trial, but you can never let it go. It probably gets passed on to your kids. They're going to be billed for your Netflix. But since I'm on Netflix, I've been watching things, and I checked out this show called 1899. No spoilers, but it has many parallels to Westworld and to the present day, and I think it's given me a couple of glimpses into what a lot of this Hades symbolism has actually been pointing out. Let me move on. Like I said, we have a quota now. 90 minutes live a day. I want 90 minutes or so to be caller driven. So I'm going to be hanging this up here shortly, and then we're going to return later, and hopefully you all have things you want to talk about. I'll send out a newsletter, and we'll try to catch up as best we can in the last few weeks. I added a new lecture at the IPS Institute on the topic of off-world stage media, which is a very important concept, and we're going to be delving deeper into what that actually means. If you believe in COVID or climate change, please stay home. Trust your science. Please don't spread it. Just some helpful advice there. Anyway, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on, like I said, open phones. And space is fake. Space is fake. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. No need to run from this fact. In fact,
Have you ever looked away from Earth?
it's time to double down into it, I think. We'll be talking more about how fake space is and what that means and what's behind all the fakery. We'll see you all later. InfinitePlane.media.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew.
sun is the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
I'm pro-vax, I guess, right?
Well,
By
look-
definition.
Well, actually, I'm pro-vax for the pro-vaxxers and Congress and all the do-gooders out there like Antifa, but I'm actually anti-vax for the people who are so, I don't know, selfish as to not wear masks and to violate social distancing and to violate quarantine. I think they should be denied vaccines to punish them.
You think they should be denied?
Yeah, I think that if you've spoken out against vaccines or if you don't want to wear your mask, I think you should be punished by being denied a vaccine. And we should just reserve the vaxes for the obedient people.
I mean, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
Right? Or do you think or do you think that they'll make anybody who doesn't get the vax wear the mask, and that's like the sign of, you know?
No, that's the whole irony
Those
of it
are
is
people
that,
who shouldn't.
and I called this out months ago. I said, I'm like, look, the left is more concerned about vaxing their political opponents than getting it themselves. If it was so good, they wouldn't want to share. You know, they would want the other side. You know their mentality. So clearly it's about power.
Mm-hmm.
They want the power of state to poke the other guys and vice versa. Well, not vice versa necessarily. You know, it's like live and let live doesn't work anymore. So it's like, okay, they're trying to vax us. Let's vax them first. So I'm like, yeah, I want Putin's vax. I want to mix it up with Donald Trump's vax and throw some Tom Hanks plasma in the mix and just shoot up the left. And do it live. Make them do it on TikTok.
Yeah, who do you think is going to be the first person to get the vax, like on live television? Is it going to be Trump's daughter? Didn't she say she was going to do it?
She did.
Or she's going to get Trump's vax?
You know, I don't know. Maybe they could have. I was looking at this thing, this drone that they have. They have various drones. I think they could just drone delivered vaccines. Walmart's going to deliver the COVID-19 test via drone. That way, you take the test, you put it in, and the drone drops it off. It doesn't contact anybody because, you know, of course,
Walmart's doing that?
Walmart's going to do it. So if you have COVID on a Q-tip,
shit.
obviously it's infectious waste, right? But
Yeah. You there? You there?
oh yeah, sorry about that. It got muted for a second. Yeah, so you know, you have people throwing their
Yeah.
masks on the ground, and I'm a pedestrian. I see a lot of it, and I'm thinking, okay, fine. Next time I get a runny nose, I'm just going to throw my Kleenex on the ground, because if it's okay to throw COVID-19 on the ground, then a little bit of you know, runny nose shouldn't offend anybody.
You see a lot of masks around just laying on the ground. I don't really see. I mean, I see a lot of people in like the medical masks, like the hospital worker mask. I don't know if they just get them in bulk.
No, they definitely throw them on the ground. I mean, right next to the AIDS needles and the spent, you know what's. Yeah, they throw the masks on the ground. It's disgusting everywhere. I think they
I
throw
was
them.
just talking to a guy. What's that?
No, I think some people literally like throw them out the windows and stuff. I see them. In fact, just the other day, someone had given me a picture of a box of masks that had washed up on the beach. I mean, it looked like a laundry basket. And someone even showed me one where a penguin in Brazil had actually swallowed a mask and died. So no, it's a problem. It's a big problem.
That's not good.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got my my 1984 mask, and like I went into 7-Eleven at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and the guy who was working, he said, "No, you don't gotta wear a mask." He doesn't care, but he never even heard of 1984, George Orwell, or nothing. I told him, I was like, you gotta read that book."
Are you kidding
Like,
me? How old
this
was
was
he?
happening.
How old was he?
He must have been maybe 20, 22, early 20s.
Did they memory hole 1984? Is that what happened?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering, because he did not care if I wore a mask when I put it on. He's like, nah. He's like, I don't care about it. But I was like, but he didn't get the reference. And I told him, and he said he was going to check it out, but I don't know if he is. He might have forgot. I don't know.
Wow. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you can help that situation. But,
Yeah.
you know, I take 1984 as a description of the world as it is. It's a timeless book. You know, I don't think it's about that year. It's literally
it is
about
a timeless book. It really is.
And I think it's a timeless book because there's this timeless struggle between the individual and the state that will never go away. It's always something that needs to be defined, both collectively and individually. And there's always the individual's, I guess, duty to establish boundaries. Privacy, you know, has to be established and guarded. And they're trying to get us to eliminate privacy. So it's not just that they hate private property; they want to get rid of privacy. Which you know, it's like if you want to live like a prisoner, or you know, and that's what they're trying to create is an ideal. And if you want to have your face out, they're calling you selfish, you know, because of course you are retaining your identity.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, even with people close to me, like they didn't believe in the mask, and they just thought it wasn't right, but they were doing it out of just being there for everybody else around them. It was out of being virtuous. And that's the thing that they get. Like, that's what gets you, is the virtuous part of it. And like that's the hardest part to shake. And you got to realize that they're using that to get to everybody.
Yeah, I think what they've done, you know, everything is based on a template or a script and a pattern with the cabal. And 9/11 was a program that was meant to traumatize everybody and then give the government immense amount of power for 20 years or 19 years. So here we are with our new 9/11 event being coronavirus, this 3/11. And post 9/11, the way you virtue signaled that you were against the terrorists is you waved a flag. So suddenly, American flags were everywhere, bumper stickers with flags. And if you weren't waving a flag, you were probably a terrorist or, you know, a liberal that was siding with the terrorists. So they made it very divisive, and Bush helped with that. You're either with the terrorists or you're with us. With 3/11, it's not a flag that you wave. You virtue signal with your mask. And if you don't wear the mask, you're with the coronavirus terrorist. So they use the same psychology.
It's the easiest way to virtue too. Like, you really don't have to do anything except cover your face with a piece of fabric, and then you're a hero.
Well, actually, it can't be neck gaiters anymore, as they said. But
it can't be neck gaiters. They're 0% effective, right?
but they did say you're a hero, and they said that if you're wearing the mask, you're actually doing it to save everybody else's lives, not your own. And so they actually framed it.
Did you see that Paul Rudd little thing he did? Like, I guess he was sponsored by Cuomo.
You know, I watched
video.
the first 30 seconds of that thing, and I thought he was being sarcastic. His messaging was so mixed up. I couldn't understand it. Was he pro-mask or anti-mask?
That's what it felt like. Yeah, he was being sarcastic at first, I think, to kind of drag you in. And then at the end, he was just kind of mad. Like, I don't know. So I didn't know what to take from it.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. I think he was trying to say, here was the problem, actually. The problem was this. He was trying to say to the youth, hey, it's not cool to not wear a mask. You're cool if you wear a mask. And look at me. I can empathize with you younger people, and I'm wearing a mask. And it's a cool idea and everything. It would work on like a don't smoke cigarettes ad. But the problem is, it's not the youth that are refusing the masks. It's not a youth thing. The youth are wearing the masks. They believe in the stuff, and they have the least choices out of anybody. It's not an option anyway. So I don't know who he was actually trying to target with it.
Yeah, do you think the kids growing up right now are like gonna be very widely awake in the future? Do you think they'll be able to snap out of it? Like, I feel like going through all this and realizing it's a farce like 10 years from now, like they might actually be the ones we need to get to, right?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think this is a new religion.
No?
And when somebody's raised with a religious faith, they're pretty much in it for life. I mean, very few become apostates and rethink their basic conceptions about the world once it's settled. And the belief in COVID is not an option for the youth, nor is the belief in global warming. And the label of conspiracy theorist, yeah, we can deal with it, but if it means failing school, not so much. So no, I kind of think that they're radicalizing the masses into this new religion, which is an amalgamation of Christianity, Islam, and scientism. And I do think that COVID-19 is literally nothing more than the devil reinvented for a godless age or an atheistic society.
Yeah, I like your take on that, and I think it's completely 100% true.
And you've
It
probably,
really is.
if you've ever been around heavily indoctrinated religious people who fear hell or they fear God, it's like you're not going to change that. Faith is unshakable. Whatever religion it's in, whatever ideology they have it in, it seems like once somebody's locked their faith into something, they're not even thinking. So how do you fix that? I don't think you can. I've never seen a person of faith become a thinker.
And, yeah, like with my parents, like my mom's like she's like a super Christian pretty much, and there's no way I'd ever get through to her, like, and make her break that, and I don't think I'd really want to at this point because I don't know how it would affect her. You know what I mean?
Right, and then of course when you get down to it, the way that most people who are Christians, they think of it, they're not really looking at it hypercritically. They're thinking of it as, well, it means you're trying to be an ideal, represent yourself like this ideal person, you're being a good person, and you're trying not to be evil. And so the very basics of it, it's hard not to agree with it. Kind of like global warming. I mean, don't you want to save the whales? Like, of course you do. But it doesn't mean I'm an environmentalist that wants to tax business out of existence. And so it's like they give you these. It's like it doesn't even mean very much, is what I'm saying, to say that you're a Christian. It doesn't mean very much. I think people are far more invested in their politics and in their mass media than they are in their religions, no matter what they say. I mean, very few. And I'm talking about the mainstream sheeple. I'm not talking about the ones who are questioning everything. Those of us who are very inconvenient for the matrix.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to sift through who's just the ones that are speaking the loudest, because the people who speak the loudest, like, that doesn't really mean it's the majority in a sense, right?
Well, look, the barometer, and this is why 2020 has been so useful. It's been clear vision. The barometer as far as determining how aware people are of the grand deception has been the mask, social distancing, and the complicity in this thing. And yeah, they shut the world down. Everybody went the F home. So no, I kind of think that conspiracy theorists have been vindicated and the truth doesn't mean anything right now. Like, I don't think that there's any chance that a certain idea is going to get out there and it's going to cause people to snap out of the spell. And I don't mean to be pessimistic. Mm-hmm. I just think that this is it's always been this way.
It's a compliance, like, I don't know where you live in, New Mexico? Like, is everyone wearing masks there? Like, what's the percentage, you think?
You know, it's kind of funny here because we have a Democrat governor who says that they're going to fine us if we don't wear masks. But I think most people kind of forget about it. That's the issue here. The issue is the public attention span. People forget. They just throw it on when they go in the store and take it off. But I don't see fear in people's eyes. I don't see people worried about coronavirus. I just don't see it. And I think there's a lot of resentment. So I think that the imposition of the mask has actually been a good thing as far as, well, look, you thought that your you thought that your limited government conservatism meant something. Actually, it doesn't. You are totally underneath their control, and there's really little we can do about it.
Hmm. Yeah, like here, I'm in like upstate New York, like towards Buffalo, and it's pretty much, I don't see anybody without a mask at a store. Like it's pretty much 100%.
But that's
everybody I talk to.
No,
What's
but hold
that?
on, but that's the thing is that like they have to. It's no shirt, no shoes, no mask, no service.
Exactly, it's a compliance thing because everyone I talk to doesn't believe in it. But I mean, they might just be my friends though, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to see.
I have a shirt that I was selling for a bit, and it says Corona Hoax 2020, and it has COVIDs for zeros. And I thought it might be interesting as a conversation starter. I'm not really in the business of proselytizing, but if I was to go walk around and just do a survey and say, hey, do you believe this is real? I think most people would roll their eyes. It's partisan though. So the people who believe in global warming, they believe it's real. The people that believe in the whole environmentalist angle of things, they probably think that climate change caused it. So it's partisan is what it is. So even if it's no longer like mandatory, the people who are on that side of the political spectrum will probably opt into the mask. They may even just go full spacesuit.
Right. Like, if you ever wore if you're worn in like any flat Earth stuff, do you get any reactions? Because I have a flat Earth shirt. It's like kind of a take on Jack Daniels, and it's like 100% flat, no proof. But I would never get any reactions. Like I wore it at like Niagara Falls, and I went there, and I wouldn't get any looks.
I think
or anything. I don't know.
I think if
It's
nothing
people
else, the flat Earth movement has made this a flat new normal, to where that meme, that concept, has been normalized to where it no longer even triggers people that much, except for a few.
It's just a joke, right? They just think I'm wearing it as a joke, not as a conversation starter.
It might be. Now, a minute ago, I mentioned the people who wear the spacesuits, the ones who are like true believers. They put on the PPE, the mask, and the face shield. Isn't it interesting how the ones who are the first to adopt those suits, this spacesuit, how it's the political, the same political side of the political spectrum that believes in global warming, believes in this sustainable living as an ideal. They're the ones who are really moving towards outer space as like this new hope. And it's kind of fascinating to me how they're kind of like being gradually walked into it. Like, here, put on your spacesuit. Next thing you know, they're going to be loaded up into rockets, to be shipped off to their Martian paradise. I just see this as like a slow motion. I don't know if it's a takeover or something, but I feel like this new age is just transitioning now, and we're watching like all the people who are going to go along with the program just kind of mindlessly just getting ready for it, getting ready for Mars.
And I was thinking of like, what about the kids who were born on Mars? I mean, if they think it actually exists, like if it was an actuality, like what would they think? They want to be here on Earth, right? They'd be like, why the fuck are we here on this desolate planet, working our lives away when we could be there on like an air-breathing planet?
Wait, well, have you heard?
It seems ridiculous.
Do you know who Robert David Steele is?
No, I don't.
So Robert David Steele is a former CIA, supposedly an insider. Anyway, he was on InfoWars, and he went viral because he said that when he was in the CIA, he came across some information that was talking about how children were being shipped to Mars to work in a slave colony.
Sounds familiar, yeah.
Okay, so that story went viral, and supposedly this started 27 years ago or something. And NASA's PR came out and they said there's no truth to it. We haven't been sending any kids to Mars. So, people laughed it off, but I'm thinking about it, and it's like, well, maybe he did come across something. It doesn't mean that they're going into rockets and they're going to that light in the sky. It means that they're being put in underground, trains, and they're being sent to their deep underground military base, which they're going to be told is Mars. And so you brought up the ones born on Mars. Well, it probably already happened. There may already be 1 or 2 or 3 generations of Martians among us.
Yeah, like how hard would it really be to convince somebody either going there as a child or someone born. Like, you only know the reality that you're born into. So I could see it being a possibility.
I call
sure.
them, I have this concept, I call it planetations. Like you have in the UAE this $500 million Mars city that's probably under construction, and it's a Mars preparation city. But it's like, if you're going to spend 500 million, just go to Mars. Why would you want to build a replica? And I'm thinking this could be how they facilitate this transition where you move into this domed enclosure with the red tinted glass, just like Total Recall. You think it's pretty much like Mars. And if you're in that environment from a child on up and you're never told that you're on Earth, it would only take one generation to create like a Truman Show. And that's kind of my thinking here. That's the plot. Basically, everybody who's willing to go to Mars gets put into this and then just wipe everybody else out.
Yeah, and that's the whole like mud flood theory and stuff too. Like, it only takes a couple generations really till you can just get through to the minds of the people and believe the story that they're told. And it's that simple. Like, I don't see how it's that far fetched.
I look at it as because I think we all know that Agenda 2021 or whatever has basically been this return to feudalism. It's like a new feudalism, high tech. And that's what I think this is. That's why I said they're planetations. It's like a plantation in a sense, but it's more of a fiefdom. It's a new feudalism. And that's where I think we're headed. It's Mars slavery. Mm-hmm. You might even be a slave inside of a hollowed out asteroid, mining for the next 10 years. I mean, they could do this new fangled gulag system in any sort of way where, who knows? I mean, I might go out and mine ice on the rings of Saturn if I'm brainwashed enough.
Yeah, have you ever, there's a show on Hulu. It's Philip K. Dick's Electric Dreams. Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever watched it?
I've read all of his books, but I haven't watched it yet. But I may check it out because...
Yeah, there's an episode on there. I'm not sure what book it's from, but it's pretty much where there's a bunch of cities scattered across the U.S. or the world or wherever, and they all live in these big giant bubbles. And on TV, they all just get shown these terrorist attacks that are happening all around them, and how they all got to wear these wristbands to be identified. And it's just all propaganda, and it's just so blatant. Like, I don't know what book it's from. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's pretty much spot on to what conspiracy theorists are talking about.
Yeah, Philip K. Dick's books, I think, are a big part of this overall thing. Like we've seen with all science fiction writers, all the award-winning science fiction writers, they tend to be described as prophets, and there's a reason why. Philip K. Dick has some interesting backstory where he claims that his house was raided by intelligence agencies, that he was visited by, I don't know, some kind of emissary from Sirius or something. But there's quite a lot there where he's been referred to as a prophet. And anytime I look at these science fiction writers that are prophets, I'm like, well, what are we really looking at here? Like, first article you find, if you look him up, the New Age prophet. Philip K. Dick was a sci-fi prophet. I mean, how did they all just get everything so right?
Yeah, or were they in the loop? Like him, Orwell? Like, did they know people high up?
Well, listen to this there's this one little tidbit, this story where supposedly Philip opens the door and there's a woman at the door. I don't know what she was selling, but she had a Jesus fish around her neck, and it was made out of metal, and it reflected the sun. And he claims that a pink beam of light hit him between the eyes, or in the third eye, and suddenly he became a magnificent sci-fi writer. Like, that kind of story just seems kind of fishy to me. And that happened to him, supposedly. And again, he claims that the information was being beamed from the Dog Star. You know, the star that Truman found when he woke up?
Yeah, but isn't there some negative stuff around him too? Like, wasn't he like big into drugs? Like, and that's what they kind of put on him. Like, he was kind of a drug addict.
He might have been a drug addict or an alcoholic or something. But listen to this. Philip K. Dick believed that a supreme being from Sirius is projecting pink laser beams into minds for transformation and transferring info. So he got some kind of celestial download from the Dog Star.
But But at the same time, like if you were like some kind of prolific writer, like wouldn't you want to kind of just put a crazy, weird story out there for to have the people who really understood your work to look past it? Like it's kind of like a barrier. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well, I think you're right. I mean, as a marketing thing, sure, David Icke did it. After the reptile thing got kind of old, he went out to Peru and did some ayahuasca, and he claims that Mother Gaia told him a whole new story, and it's not the reptilians, it's the shadow people. And then I think a couple months ago, and this was a big one, Max Egan got a beam of light in his head. Well, hey, I got another caller coming in. Thanks for the call. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
How's it going, man? I'm joining the conversation.
Excellent. Thanks for calling. Yeah, we're talking about this guy, Philip K. Dick, another sci-fi writer / prophet, oddly connected to the dog star symbolism, like almost every other movie and major science fiction production out there.
Right. I can't say that I've seen it. I'd be lying if I did, but I'm interested in hearing what you guys have to say.
You probably haven't, but you've definitely seen works inspired by Philip K. Dick. He's one of those writers where, like, if you've seen, I guess it would like I think RoboCop or Terminator. These are all inspired by his works, where it deals with the topic of consciousness inhabiting machines, and that's kind of the realm it gets into.
Okay, very cool. Yeah, I'm very familiar with the name Philip K. Dick. Unfortunately, it's usually from my more liberal friends. Which makes, disagreeing with them tough, because I appreciate their open-mindedness to other things.
Right. Well, this is part of their orthodoxy because, like actually someone just mentioned Philip K. Dick did Total Recall, which I just mentioned a minute ago, which is about the Mars base.
Okay.
And so it makes sense, though, that people on the left are liberals, which it's because it's the utopianism that political side of the spectrum embraces of creating this new system, and all the sci-fi is actually selling us on utopianism.
Yeah, absolutely. A utopianism that is easily talked about, but it takes a miracle to manifest. And I believe in miracles, but I'd say we're a far stretch from there right now, Now,
when you say miracles, what would you describe as a miracle? Like yesterday, I was at the DMV, and the only reason I got my license replaced was I fibbed, and I claimed that I had already spoken to her manager on the phone earlier. So I kind of pulled a subtle Karen, and that was a miracle in a way. Maybe it's a manipulation.
No, it is. Life is full of these little miracles. If you don't set the bar too high for a miracle, you'll see them everywhere, And I was one who was I'm 41 years old, and I was definitely on a path of a college degree, Michael Moore movies, and a career down the path of atheism and communism. And just to give a little background, I did not vote for Donald Trump in 2016, but I did sit up all night and watch the election and laugh my ass off when I watched RT, I watched Fox, I watched CNN, I watched all of them. I kept flipping through all of them and watching the different reactions. And over the last 4 years, as someone who has never been very political, I have become just invested, is the best way to put it. And I'm someone who's watched, conspiracy videos. I know everyone can say that, but I have watched conspiracy videos for years. I probably would, on this show, talking to you, consider myself a flat earther. I got into that early on. I was listening to Coast to Coast and heard, what's his name? Mark Sargent. And
yeah, that was actually, that interview 2015. I think that was the first time that the flat earth topic got any kind of mainstream treatment, and that
was the most mainstream.
Yeah, wasn't it? That really was, and that was probably groundbreaking. So yeah, you heard it there. Very interesting.
Yeah, I heard it there, and then let it sit in my mind. And at that point, I had a subscription for Coast to Coast. I mean, I was listening to the shows, believed in aliens, all that kind of stuff. The Flat Earth episode comes and goes, and it kind of sits in my mind. And I like to do a little bit of like acting for fun with some friends, and I have some friends who are filmmakers. And I'll never forget, probably, 5 years ago now, I'm sitting and we're finishing up a little horror movie, and I'm talking to the one guy, and I tell him about this Coast to Coast that I just heard about the Flat Earth. And I'm like, man, this is fucking crazy. I'm like, I want to write a script about a flat earther, and it's going to be a comedy, you know what I mean? About how dumb this guy is. And even as I'm telling this to this filmmaker guy, he's like looking at me like I'm such a fucking idiot for even speaking those two words together. And then so I go home, and that Mark Sargent episode leads me to Eric Dubay, you know what I mean? I watch some of his shit and fucking Boylan, and I start realizing, I'm like, this is not a comedy. You know what I mean? Like, these people are not like just religious freaks, that there's something to this. And so I've seen, you know, my biggest regret in life is I had all of, I don't know if you remember My Perspective, Rory Cooper.
Yes, I do.
I had all of his videos downloaded, because when I first, started looking into this, I was like, oh, this, you know how the conspiracy world is. They tell you, download this because it's going to get erased. And it is going to get erased, but at the same time, there's mirrors, it's everywhere.
No, that happens.
But I was in that point.
Like last night, I brought up how years ago, 2001, I had downloaded from ABC News this video that was purported to be from the tomb at Yale during an initiation, and it was scrubbed from ABC right after, and I lost the file. So I was like, last night I brought it up, like, I can't find the file, and then this morning at like 6 a.m. I got an email from somebody, and they found it. They sent it to me in a zip file, so I have it now.
Okay, good. And that's what I'm saying. So I had all of My Perspective's videos downloaded, and then I don't know if the Flat Earth went stale. I was kind of in a point of like, I get it, and nothing really new was coming out, and so it was kind of just in the back of my head for years. And at one point, I cleaned my hard drives out, and I had my Flat Earth file, and I deleted it. And then not 2 days after, I see someone requesting the My Perspective videos, because I guess he shut down his channel or whatever. He got canceled. I think he shut it down. I think he went the Bible way, which is fine. But I'm sitting there, I'm just like, son of a bitch. I just had all of them,
Well, this is again why we have to constantly put out things on different platforms. I've had 80 some YouTube channels shut down, and it used to be a problem, but now what I do is I multicast on everything. I'm also on Spotify, iTunes, SoundCloud, every podcast platform out there, and then everything gets auto mirrored onto Library. So we're past the point of being censored on this channel, but there's some information out there that's priceless, and we do have to archive it. And I think we owe a debt of gratitude to all the people who had the junk drives and the CDs, and made the effort to copy stuff before everything was so easily distributed.
Absolutely. One thing I wanted to say real quick, I mentioned it in the comments, but and stop me if you've already had a conversation about this, but have you had any talk about the most recent Spider-Man game, which was about 2 years old now?
No, I saw your comment. I'm glad you called in. Yeah, go ahead and let us know, because this is very interesting to all of us, this concept of predictive programming. And those of us who aren't immersed in games, we need this information. So, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, and the nice thing about this is, like, I'm playing it 2 years later. So, at the time, I'm sure no one noticed it, or maybe they did, whatever. But, so you play this game, and I'll keep it short. It's a great, first of all, I'll say it's a fantastic game. I'm someone who used to be a gamer. I took 20 years off and then just had a PlayStation 4 fall in my lap. So I figured, all right, I'll buy a Spider-Man game. And so it's a great game. But during the game, by the end of the game, Manhattan is on a quarantine lockdown. There's a plague. It's like a villain plague called Devil's Breath that they're trying to spread around the city. Makes people turn into rage monsters. But everyone's wearing masks. The billboards the electric billboards have messages of stay home, stay safe. At one point, you're Mary Jane and you're trying to distract some cops. So you go and press triangle on a bunch of people. And the one guy fakes an asthma attack and says, I can't breathe. You know what I mean? And then the very end credits, ends with everyone getting an anti-serum vaccine plunged into their hand. And this is 2 years ago. And it's a playbook for 2020. I mean, like I said, play the game. It's actually a fantastic game. That it's therapeutic, as in you can just swing around New York and let the day's cares go away. But watch the storyline. It's a playbook for 2020.
Okay, do you have what is the title of this game? Because that is big, and I would like to get. I mean, I Can't Breathe is just too much of a coincidence for me. That as a meme to be in the game. It's like that Batman movie from 7 years ago. He's like, you put on the mask to protect the people you love. I'm like, what did he?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking. It's called. Yeah, what is it called?
Marvel Spider-Man. Marvel Spider-Man. It came out September. Like it's almost about 2 years because I just looked it up. It was like September 18th, 17th, or whatever of 2018.
Got it. I'll dig into this because this is wow. I mean, seriously, this is big. If it says I Can't Breathe, I'm gonna have to get an audio clip or a video clip from that, because this is what's great about it is if you can take a meme or a sample of predictive programming from a popular game like this and you throw it on YouTube, you'll get 1 million people to see it, and it gets them to really think.
Absolutely. And like I said, watch the end credits or right before the credits. The final scene is people lining up in the public park, going up to these little tables and getting a shot. You know what I mean? And everyone's like, and it's peace. It's the end of the game. You beat the game. And like I said, it's a great game, but there's a lot of SJW shit in it. You'll see when you play it. But overall, cinematically, it's great. It's great. It's a shame that politics had to enter it, but it's almost fortunate. It's what's the word I'm looking? Serendipitous that it would be so predictive of like literally this year. And like I said, it's the plague in the game obviously is like a fake plague coming from one of the villains. You know what I mean? It's not, they don't say it's from China or anything like that, but it's a plague nonetheless. And you have this imagery of New Yorkers with masks and stay home, stay safe billboards. It's too on the money. It's too on the money for this year. It's just crazy.
Yeah, it really is, and it makes me think about the games that are out right now, and it should send up some idea. You should be able to read the future. It's like a crystal ball. Now, the phrase "I can't breathe" happens to be an anagram
for
a better China.
Oh, dude, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah,
the one with George Floyd. There was one with George Floyd too.
Edge of Glory, which is
Edge of Glory.
Yeah. Another anagram. Which again, that one has an interesting little story behind it because that song was performed live a year prior on that same Memorial Day, and the meaning of the song to the singer was it was about kneeling at the deathbed or beside the bed of her grandfather who was passing, watching him die and watching him pass on. And I'm like, wait, that's just like, and so Edge of Glory, George Floyd, interesting little bits of symbolism. The anagrams and all these things, these memes, are part of the programming. So the fact that they would have this stuff in Spider-Man and Batman, it's because they know that that's how you reach the masses who don't watch the news. You just get into their heads with these characters.
Absolutely. The version I bought, obviously it was discounted because it was 2 years old, was called the Game of the Year edition. So like a Game of the Year is the game everyone plays, whether it's Grand Theft Auto or whatever, and whatever the moral subplot of that game is what, that's a whole level of propaganda, right? On the video game scale. That's how they're doing the propaganda on video games. And, side note, I just want to say that I had heard about that through John LeBon, which is how I heard about you. And I got into John LeBon, like I said, 5 years ago with the Round Earth Skeptic Table and all that stuff. And he's the one that turned me on to Infinite Plane, and definitely happy to listen, man. Definitely happy to listen.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And I've always made an effort to network and reach out to the people who are analyzing the media at the same level of scrutiny. You know, we're kind of like a breakaway civilization where you have the masses of conspiracy theorists are still on the mainstream media storyline. They haven't completely jumped off of it. And that's where radical skepticism comes into it. And there are enough of us that I think that over time there's a pretty strong methodology here when it comes to how we appraise the information. Because like you mentioned, there's kind of like a lull with Flat Earth where there's no new information, nobody's gone to the edge. But since this thing started, the same group of people, I think, have also spread out into mass media deconstruction, auto-hoaxing, where the entire way that we assimilate information from the media has radically changed. So this has really been, I think, an upgrade for the truth movement, if there is a movement, in the last few years. At least some people know what's going on.
Right. I remember seeing like 4 or 5 years ago when the Flat Earth was hitting, and people were commenting on videos and saying like, okay, who cares if it's flat or round? That's not the most important issue right now. Now, 5 years out, I kind of understand that. You know what I mean? I kind of understand, because I've seen people say, well, all right, let's take Trump. Oh, if Trump's an outsider and he knows what's going on and Q's all real, why doesn't he tell us the earth is flat? Well, how long would he last if he came into office and was like, oh, by the way, the earth is flat? You know what I mean? Like, no, his job is to come in and say, we're going to go to Mars. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to sympathize with the politician creed, but politicians lie. And if Trump is lying to me about going to Mars, that's fine. I'd rather him lie to me about that kind of like fantasy stuff than what's really happening here on, you know what I mean, in reality.
So much of it has to be it's a need to know thing, though. Like, I kind of imagine people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, maybe he doesn't even know how fake everything is that, you know, he holds to be true. And if he did know, he wouldn't be able to sell it so well.
He wouldn't be so good at what he does if he knew. You know what I mean? Like, the reason he's so good is because he believes. You know, you can't get anyone to act that well, or else you're paying them a shitload of money.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think he would have come across that information. It's not like they would reveal it anyway. You know, any big secrets, like the moon landing, people say there's no way 400,000 people could keep that secret. It's like, well, only 10 people needed to know, you know, at this certain level.
Yeah,
so
10, I mean, four, you know what I mean? Like, no one needed to know. Well, 10 including the astronauts, you know, quote unquote astronauts. It's a shame, man. And the one thing that I think people miss out on, because they see it as such it's a scandal, and they see the evil of the lie, but they don't see like Neil Armstrong and like the pain. They're like, I mean, look at Buzz. Buzz is fucked in the head, dude. Did he die yet?
I don't know. You know what? Buzz is a loose cannon. He doesn't seem all that. I think it might even be a role. Like, he's playing the role of a lunatic, but I don't know. He seems to have kind of lost it. But he's also a paid liar, so I don't know. Can't figure him out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't sympathize with him. I'm not gonna. Well, I'll forgive him, but like, I'm not gonna sympathize with him. But I mean, perfect example. Look at those guys. I mean, if they hopped them up on acid for a weekend, took them out in the woods, and then said you're in space, and then brought them back, and then said you have to do this interview or this press conference, or else, you know, we're gonna kill your daughter. It is honestly what that looks like to me. It is like a painful mafia movie that's real life.
Fascinating. I know someone else who had that same opinion on the matter and suggested that the 3 who died in Apollo 1 were possibly not going to go with the program. And there was another very, I think, suspicious death where someone who worked with NASA had been hit by a train or something. And he was someone else who apparently had some reservations against what they were doing. So there may have been some whistleblowers in the past, but I mean, look what they've done. They lost the telemetry data, and nobody seems to think that's fishy. They've lost all the tapes, and they haven't been able to replicate it in 50 years. I think it's pretty obvious.
It's a farce. It's a farce.
But now, if they send Tom Cruise up into space, and that's the end game here, I think, because the role of Neil Armstrong and the whole Apollo 11, I think the whole purpose was to, one, now the environmentalists can show us how fragile the Earth is. Hey, look, it's just this fragile ball floating in space with a very thin atmosphere. We need to protect it. And then it also established the existence of outer space, all of the mathematics, the science. Now it's all been completely validated, and we have eyewitnesses that it's true. And that was all they needed to stand the test, just for a few generations. But I think the spell's wearing off, and they need to redo it. So how convenient that Tom Cruise is about to film a movie up there. And Tom Cruise spent months living with Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah. Speaking of Toms, a friend of mine said years to me ago, like 10 years ago, that the greatest president for the United States would be Tom Hanks. And at the time I agreed with him because I was like, yeah, he's such a great actor, great speaker, blah, blah, blah. Years later now, a decade later, I look at it and I'm like, I wonder if that was maybe a plan down the road. And even if, I'll be honest, I've been following Q for about a couple months. I discarded it at the beginning, but I had a friend that just persisted with me, watched some videos, saw way too many timestamps that were just like right on. And I was just like, all right, there is something here. To take that for what you will. But with, I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Well, there is something here. Okay, so because QAnon, I know the whole, the big story the media gives us, that it's this wild conspiracy, that it's all conjecture, but it's a bigger picture than that, and there's a collection of researchers that are going along with it, and it is really strange how much Tom Hanks figures into this stuff. But if you look in the past, he has been a consistent character over our lifetimes, and I think he's been used to gain influence and trust. He's a very trustworthy.
Yeah, he's like, always a good guy. Always a good guy.
Always.
Yeah.
So
it's one of those things. So I have a dad he's a Fox News watcher, and I enjoy one or two shows on Fox News, but for the most part, I've seen how they're everything, just like everything else. But my dad doesn't. He's not on social media. He doesn't have. Well, he has YouTube, but he doesn't use it. And I tell him a little bit about the Q drops, and what I mean. Try to give him a little hope. Where I say, oh, you're watching Hannity. Well, let me tell you a little bit more about the whole story, and you're really going to like that episode of Hannity. And so he kind of gets into it, but you can see that he doesn't want to fully believe because he doesn't want to be seen as a conspiracy theorist. But at this point, with all the shit Hunter Biden today stuff coming out, it's not conspiracy theory. It's conspiracies. It's conspiracies being brought to light, and I love sharing it with my dad, like I said, because he holds back on acknowledging it, but at the same time, he loves to hear it because he wants that to be true, because he wants to know he's on the right side,
Right. Well, I mean, it's a compelling story, and conspiracy theorists have been vindicated again and again. I mean, if you're watching these riots or these so-called peaceful protests, you have these anonymous cars dropping off piles of bricks. There's U-Hauls showing up with body armor and shields for the protesters. So you can see that this is a conspiracy on all sides. Conspiracies are the norm, not the exception. And that's what's so interesting about this thing, is that people think conspiracies are like the anomaly. It's like, no, actually, it's anomalous for the news to report the truth.
Yeah, no, the conspiracies are everywhere. And when you mention the bricks, I'm on Facebook, and I have all these friends who are, half my Facebook is super left, and which is, I guess, good. I guess we live in a balanced world, but they're putting this picture up of these cops with a police pickup truck, and it's full of bricks. But they're like loose laden, you know what I mean? They're just kind of like all sitting in there, and they're trying to pinpoint. This is a couple months ago when the whole brick thing was happening. and they're all saying, "Look, the cops are have trucks full of bricks that they're handing out." And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, do you really think these pallets of perfectly stacked bricks were stacked on site on the middle of the street by cops one by one with nobody noticing? The picture of the cops with the pickup truck full of bricks are bricks that they've recovered that were thrown at buildings and people, and they're confiscating. You know what I mean? But it doesn't matter because these people see something, and it never dawns on them that, like, yeah, it would take way too long for cops to stack pallets of bricks one by one.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
it's insane.
They don't think that, like, yeah, it'd be easier for a truck to just drop it off.
Yeah, it's the subjectivity. You know, some people are so subjective that they're going to believe whatever makes their side look good. And they, you know, it's like what the first casualty of war is the truth. And that's been very true with this particular ongoing Psywar, where, you know, people will lie. They'll use fake news to advance their own causes. And I do it myself. If I find a bit of fake news, and sometimes I make my own fake headlines just for jokes, I'll pass it on just for the heck of it, because this is you know, this is just how it is with media now. It's decentralized, and it's really up to the individual to get the right information for themselves, to perceive it for themselves. You're not going to be spoon-fed, and if you insist upon being spoon-fed, you're going to end up, you know, marching in the streets like all these other sheep.
Yeah. The unfortunate thing is there are so many people like that, and there are huge news agencies that understand that fact, you know, and they take advantage of it, and they've literally armed or loaded the streets with just knuckleheads who I just shared a great video. Keep an eye out for it. It's there's a group called Paint the Trump, and they just like wave flags in Florida, but they put up a good video of 3 black men fighting about America, and it's great. It's something. It's a argument everyone needs to hear.
Yeah, yes. The
as
MSM will have you think it's a monolith, that everybody thinks along certain lines, and that you know, they create the illusion, and they're very effective at it. But, you know, and the media is also cheerleading this thing. Don Lemon just said it's time to burn everything down, and he said it to Governor Cuomo's brother. And it's like, I want to see Don Lemon with a Molotov cocktail, you know, throw it at a building. I don't think he's going to do it.
No. It's when you're in high school, there's that group of cool kids who you know are all phony. That's what the Democratic Party and the media have become. They're that group of like cool bullies who you would, you know, give your weed to hang out with, and then you find out that they're just a bunch of assholes who they don't even care about each other. And it literally is manifesting into in a real world high school situation where everyone's graduating and we're starting to see who the dickheads are, you know?
Yeah, 2020, like I said to the last caller, it's really been clear vision, and the illusions have been shattered with regards to peaceful protesters. And, you know, so many of these things are now pretty obviously just political footballs. And it seems like they're just throwing everything to see what sticks right now. And there's still a couple of months left. But I don't know, ever since I saw the White House siege get canceled, I'm kind of questioning, you know, how far they can actually push this thing. You know, there's still, I guess, a few cities burning now, but I don't know. I kind of thought they had the political will to pull that off.
Yeah, I mean, I hope not. I hope they peter out here in the next couple of days and realize, like, well, with all these facts about the Breonna Taylor thing coming out, you know, it was a tragic event. But when you get all the facts about it, you have to look at it as a logical person, and be like, well, that whole situation just sucks, but there's no reason for towns to be burned down over it, you know? And
that's
75% of people get that, but the 25 that don't, like I said, they just round them up, or eventually they're going to get tired and go home.
That's the virus of collectivism, though. They say, well, these cops did this, so all cops are guilty. Every white person is guilty. Every black person is victimized when one is victimized. And it's like, it doesn't really, that's collectivism. It's a different frame of mind, and it's the thinking that they're inculcating to justify collective punishment. And the problem with this line of thinking is that it feeds right into this COVID-19 thing where we can't be individually sick, where we individually quarantine. Now we're collectively sick and we have to be collectively saved. There's no room for, individual free will here with this type of thinking.
Yeah, no. And real quick, I just want to give a shout out to the law enforcement and military and say we love you. And I just went down, so I'm in Johnstown, PA here, and future outdoor recreation mecca. Give us 5 or 10 years. And Donald Trump Jr. was here speaking at our band shell in the Roxbury township of the town. And I went down to see him today. It was my first ever political rally. I've actually voted Democrat my entire life until 40 days from now. And it was a great time. It was very cool to see him here. He raised spirits and made it very clear that the Trump team, dude, is fucking working. Okay, I saw Donald Trump Jr. tonight on Hannity for a second, and he had the same shirt on because he did three. Oh, there's a rabbit jumping across my yard. He did 3 rallies today, and then he went on Fox News. Point of my story is that team is working way, way harder than the Biden team. And if you can't see that, the fact that your TV is telling you Trump should not be president, that's what got me. I mean, I'm sitting there coming down off of a flat earth high and seeing this whole Trump thing, and then seeing the TV tell me Trump's evil, he's racist. And I'm like, holy fuck, dude. You're the same motherfuckers that are telling me that the earth is round and NASA's real. So I'm just like, all right, I'm going to start listening. And I've watched, and I have yet to see anything. I'm not a Trump fanboy by heart, but I've become a Trump guy. He's a badass dude. He says whatever the fuck he wants. And the closer we get to the election, he's been saying whatever the fuck he wants, which is great. I have a theory about his success, which is tied to Stone Cold Steve Austin, who is now an SJW apparently, but whatever.
What's your theory? I want to hear your theory on Trump's. You said on his success.
Yeah, on his success, it's tied with Stone Cold Steve Austin. So I don't know if you know the history of wrestling, professional wrestling, the WWE. But back in the early 2000s, Ted Turner still owned the WCW. And they had Monday Night Nitro, or Monday Nitro, whatever it was called. And then Vince McMahon owned the WWE, and he owned Monday Night Raw. And WWE was losing bad in the ratings because Ted Turner brought in this guy called Goldberg. And everyone just loved Goldberg because he wasn't a good wrestler. He just slammed everyone. And it was the epitome of the mainstream, underappreciated culture dominating the sport, we'll say, sports entertainment. Well, so then this guy Stone Cold Steve Austin comes around and adopts this persona of chugging beer and whipping middle fingers, and at the same time, Shawn Michaels and Triple H form DX, and they start doing the cross-legged suck it thing, and it was like a Howard Stern type thing where people wanted to tune in to see what they would say next. Trump is that first president. He's like the Stone Cold Steve Austin president, where he just goes up there and is just whipping middle fingers at everyone. And everyone's just like, oh, I wish you wouldn't do that. I'm one of the few people. I'm just like, do more of it. That's what's winning your campaign, is the fact that you go out like a champion and just say, give me, fuck you, and do whatever you got to do. So I'm sure he's falling into the politician role, and I'm sure there's some things that I will down the road regret about him. But for right now, the things that he's doing that are good, you can't deny them.
Okay, so what do you think of this then? I'm looking at Biden as just completely unbelievable because you mentioned Donald Trump Jr. having these multiple appearances a day, a lot of energy. They're constantly out there working, and so you have Biden, who, he doesn't really make these real appearances. He's obviously reading off a teleprompter. He's not all there. He's probably tired or whatever. But do you think that that is intentional? Like, do you think this is my theory? Because my theory is that they're putting Biden out there like that, not for us to make fun of, but so that they know on their end that they're voting for Harris. So they're basically, running Harris by making Biden look like, yeah, he's just a temporary thing. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll be honest with you. The only thing that shakes me and keeps me kind of on the, I've been registered independent my whole life. Like I said, I voted Democrat my whole life, but I've been registered independent my whole life. The only thing that keeps me on that independent side is the fact that it seems so much like, because even Harris, she's not enough. Like they know, hopefully the majority of Democrats know who she is and what she's done. It almost does seem like they're trying to throw the election, which would suggest that the Democrats want Trump to be president, in which case now I'm really skeptical. You know what I mean? And I don't know what to say about that. I try not to think about that, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I've been wondering. It's like, well, so what would their objective be? Just try to delegitimize it. I mean, that's already happening, where they're already planting the seeds there that it's not fair, the system's stacked against you. They're already, I think, trying to galvanize that negative emotion about the system not being fair, and they're already out there burning stuff down. So maybe this might be an impetus to go ahead and just burn it the rest of the way down or something. That could be the path it's taken.
Possibly. And honestly, we'll see from the next few. I listened to a couple of your podcasts where you're talking about like Derek Chauvin being the plane and his trial being on 9/11 and all that kind of stuff. And we'll see from what happens from the rest of these things, even beyond the election. But I'm hoping they just run out of steam and realize like no one is behind you. And all you're doing is paying people to burn shit down. And now they're going to be arrested. And you can't bail them out. So they're not going to want to work with you anymore,
Yeah,
and
well,
it could fit.
I don't know if you heard this on one of the podcasts a few months ago. I brought this up because it seems like it makes sense now. It turns out that Jared Kushner hired the publicist for The Purge, that movie franchise, The Purge. They hired that publicist to do the Keep America Great campaign. And, it's like, man, this is so perfect for them. All they need to do. I mean, there was this guy, I think it was in Kenosha or something. He was working at a furniture store and the rioters broke the windows. And he came out and he said, do you guys want Trump to win? And yeah, it does seem to be like they're throwing it on purpose. I'm not sure, though, if the intention is.
If you look back to like the early Q posts, I'm going to say in the first year and a half, or even, well, it might even been the first Q post. I'm not going to claim to have read all of them. I jumped on the bandwagon, like I said, this year. But they talked about like Hillary getting arrested on Easter and all this stuff, and then expect mass riots and all that kind of stuff. And all that stuff has kind of come to fruition. So yeah, maybe they do know that, like, who knows what POTUS has at his fingertips. He could have an ideology cleric who kind of advises him, and it's just like a Fu Manchu guy who's just like, in 3 years, the streets are going to burn. You know what I mean? If you do this, and Trump's like, I'm okay with that. And if that's the case, you have to admire the fact of their timing to be like, wow, you really timed that right before the election. Well, but if it was in mankind and they did it, it's always been there. And so I guess in a way I hate to say this, but like we have to get it out of our system. And I hope that it's out of our system. You know what I mean? And we're kind of winding down.
Well, hey, earlier in the call you brought up the Spider-Man.
Yes.
And see, this is the reason why, especially on this channel, most people listening or many listening are, pretty much in the camp that there's a great deal of scripting and pre-planning, that you can't plan all the particulars, but that there's an overarching script. I call it a meta script. And I'm glad you brought that game up. I'm going to dig into that because, all of this suggests that there's some inside information that people might get, but it's only because it's pre-written.
Yeah, well, it could be like we're playing a game, and some people have the manual to the game, but they can't actually code the game. You know what I mean? And so they know that most of us are playing the game. We don't know it. But there's an ending coming up. You know what I mean? Or not an ending, but whatever, a chapter, end of a chapter. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense to me. The fact that, and that's what we would call the elite or the Illuminati or the Adrenochrome fucking suckers.
Yeah, the adrenochrome junkies, they hoard the information and they rule us over, based on this relative ignorance, which puts them in a position of, extreme power over us. And look at all the, people who have no idea just that even this coronavirus thing. This is the main thing, I think. They give the benefit of the doubt to the TV screen, even without any evidence. So.
Oh yeah. Well, even what you're saying about them hoarding the knowledge and the info. I agree with that. That's exactly what they're doing. But I'm of the mind that like they're just cheating. They're cheating. Like I don't want that info. I don't think any of us want that info. That's the whole reason we agreed to play the game. Is you play the game, no one gets their hands on the manual, and then these black dark arts fucks cheat and get their hands on the manual and fuck up the whole game for everyone else. You know what I mean? Like I think it's that kind of thing where it's the knowledge they have. I don't want to know it because if I did, I wouldn't have ever come here. You know.
I get what you're saying, and we're looking at this Yale video a minute ago from the Skull and Bones Society initiation rites in the courtyard. And so for anybody who thinks that there's anything far-fetched about suggesting that we're actually talking about high-level wizardry or witchcraft, whatever you want to call it, it's right there in your face, whether you want to recognize it or not. That's what these initiatory societies carry with them. That's what the torch, it's what the light symbolizes. It's the hidden knowledge that they keep in the dark. Yeah. And we're not allowed to see it because we're profane.
These days, their magic spells are handshakes. You know what I mean? They don't have to do any magic spells. They just have to do handshakes and run the world. That's their ritual is a handshake.
Well, it's definitely a spell. There's a number of spells that they cast using the TV, and I even look at the TV as sort of the Saturnian black box. It's a very sinister device, and it's all based on, I think, integrating you into their astrotheological cult that's actually based on Saturn. And that's why so many of these psyops seem to correspond to astrology. And I don't even look at astrology, but there's that expression, I think William Buffett said it, that millionaires don't pay attention to astrology, but billionaires do. And so I was looking at, I'm like, well, look, we got a black moon is last month, and then Kenosha kicks off. And I was like, well, there's going to be something. George Floyd, his death seemed to coincide with the transition into Gemini. And now we're coming into Libra, the scales, which gets me thinking the scales of justice, the balance, the equinox. Yeah. So this means that I think now it's going to tip the other way. So we've dealt with 6 months of chaos, starting with COVID-19, 6 months of this shutting everything down and breaking the system. And I think it might mean that we're going to see the reversal. I mean, that's what I would guess based on how they seem to.
I hope so.
But hey, I appreciate the call very much. Great information, and I'm going to dig into that Spider-Man. And if I can find a clip in the game where they say "I can't breathe," I'll make a video about it.
Yeah, check out that, and I'll tell you what, man. Check out the, and I'll call you back sometime one of these nights. I listen to you often, but check out the Johnstown flood from 1889. That's a whole nother rabbit hole we could go down, and it's a real one where an entire town that was a booming coal and steel industry was wiped out by a rich fishing and hunting club full of all the names from Pittsburgh: Frick, Mellon, Carnegie, Rockefeller. And the reason there's never been a major Titanic-sized movie about it is the fact that it is a dark story in the history of America. But yeah, so sorry. Thanks for letting me throw that in there. But yeah, everyone, check out the Johnstown flood of 1889. Tell me there's not some shadiness going on there.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the lead. Somebody will look into it and comment. I guarantee it. Thanks again for the call. We all appreciate it. Have a great night.
All right, man. Talk to you soon.
All right. Excellent. So let me see. I have a couple of comments here. And look, QAnon is a source, and it's probably it's not like some person is just dropping these little like statements, aphorisms like fortune cookies or anything like that. It's actually a pool of researchers who are looking at things hypercritically, and I find interesting information there. I'm not convinced about anything right now. I mean, Q could be Hillary Clinton trying to get the right to adopt a blood libel type set of beliefs so they could be labeled a certain way. There are so many possibilities, but I'm always following the information, and oftentimes you even find people who are looking into the information who are extremely insightful, and maybe you all agree it's bullshit, but that's the whole point. We're researchers. I will say this, Infinite Plane Radio, IPR, has a better record as far as our predictions go. So, but so does Netflix. You know, if you want to know what's going on in the world, just watch Netflix. Last year's episodes will tell you what's going to happen the next year. Lean Dion posted here that masks and social distancing in the UK is happening in soaps like Coronation Street. And the creator said, it's great for the people who won't watch the news bulletins. Exactly. They have it in the entertainment. I'm waiting for them to put masks on. Well, they already have masks on all the superheroes, but I'm waiting for masks to show up on cartoon characters. Lloyd Miller says, trust the plan means don't do anything. Yes, exactly. That's part of it. Trusting the plan, the idea of the white hats versus black hats. Some people have a problem with that because generally conspiracy theorists are like, don't trust anyone. You know, and I would call QAnon not a conspiracy, but a pro-spiracy. And the person who introduced QAnon, or me to QAnon, was a pro-spiracist. But let's see. I think I had something about, about QAnon as a source and about trust. Yeah, I understand why trusting the plan sounds problematic. It's like, well, if you trust the plan, you don't have to take action. And back when we found out that the hospitals were empty, aside from the twerking nurses, we're like, okay, hospitals are empty, tents are empty, coronavirus is fake. And the QAnons had nothing to say about it. And I was like, wait a minute, how come Q didn't tell us that the hospitals are empty? If you want to bring down the deep state, just point out the fact that none of the news reports correlate to reality, that independent reporters everywhere, quite literally, have debunked coronavirus. I mean, this happened in April. By April, coronavirus had been debunked. There was no pandemic. QAnon didn't tell us that. Johnny's List said, I'm a conspiracy theorist. No, you're not. You were. But as of 2020, you're just right about things. They're no longer conspiracy theories. Okay, so someone needs to look into that Spider-Man game. Has to do with Manhattan under quarantine. It's got a vax at the end of the game. Billboards that say, stay safe, stay home. And of course it has, I guess, I can't breathe as a statement in the game. If you're looking on the screen, it's the Illuminati playing card. Worldwide riots continue for a third week with no sign of abatement. And this card was brought up during Brickgate when bricks were being dropped off in the streets there. I think that was in pretty much everywhere. In fact, even when Kenosha was happening, the riots that were going on there, I was listening to the police scanners and there were cars being stopped that were delivering bricks. I wanted to bring this up with the last caller. I kind of forgot about it. Or a couple callers ago, he brought up Joe Biden. And so 2020 divided by 666. Now, again, I'm not into numerology, but it happens to be 30330, which is Joe's text. So if you want to text Joe Biden, it's 30330 or 2020 divided by 666. You know, can you extrapolate anything from that? Yes. Yes, I think you can. Okay, let's get back to this. I was talking about adrenochrome, the adrenochrome industrial complex, and where this story got started, and how this is being used by Wired magazine to basically call you an anti-Semite because it's the new blood libel. So here's an excerpt from that Wired piece, The Dark Virility of Hollywood Blood Harvesting Conspiracies. The most effective conspiracy theories are built around kernels of truth. Adrenochrome is a compound that occurs in the body, about which little scientific research has been done beyond a few studies in the mid-20th century on whether it could play a role in schizophrenia. The question transfixed the writers Aldous Huxley and Hunter S. Thompson, who were obsessed with mind-altering substances. To them, it became a psychotropic akin to mescaline. In his famous Doors of Perception, written just after the first adrenochrome studies, Huxley described it as a clue that was being systematically followed, and that the biochemists, psychiatrists, and psychologists are on the trail. So that's kind of where it has its origin. And then, of course, we have a clip here from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And this is where it gets kind of strange, because Hunter S. Thompson happens to be implicated in the Franklin cover-up. So, and now this opens a can of worms. We ought to look into Hunter S. Thompson's supposed suicide. But he was implicated in the Franklin cover-up, which was some type of Pizzagate thing back in the 80s, I guess, having to do with, let me give you a synopsis. But human trafficking, the norm, Satanism, Franklin child prostitution ring allegations. Allegations began back in June of '88, and they attracted significant interest until the 90s. But this story basically involved, I think, Bohemian Grove, prostitutes being killed, initiates into the secret society having to kill somebody to get in. But Hunter S. Thompson is mentioned, in this story as some type of killer in a snuff film. So here it says here, did Hunter S. Thompson direct a child murder sex film? Victim revealed that he directed a graphic snuff film. So here we have Hunter S. Thompson implicated in that mess, which is a very Pizzagate-y mess. I mean, same type of story. And of course, here he is in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which popularizes the idea that the blood of ritually sacrificed victims is being sold on the black market.
Tiny taste.
What is this shit?
That stuff makes pure mescaline seem like ginger beer, man.
Now, I'm not going to get a copyright strike for this movie, but one other side note, and this is just something else if you feel interested in looking into Hollyweird at its weirdest level. I mean, this is almost weirder than the adrenochrome thing. There's this theory that many of these actors are so good that with a good disguise, they can portray other actors and do movies as other actors. So this theory here is that Benicio del Toro here is actually not Benicio del Toro, but is in fact Brad Pitt in a slightly different face, but it's very similar if you look closely, but it's with a mask and a wig and a fake accent. And that's Brad Pitt disguised as somebody else in a hyper-realistic mask, a hyper-realistic disguise, foolproof in fact, and basically does gigs as both actors. And it's well within the realms of possibility if you look into the CIA master disguise Jonah Mendez. She talks about that specific technology, these specific types of masks which were classified up until like 2015. Okay, I have a couple of other comments I want to read. This is from My Third Eye. He said, check out the film Gods of Egypt. And I got these comments last week, but I was blocked, or my Twitter account was down, so I'm finally getting these comments. Check out the film Gods of Egypt with Chadwick Boseman as Thoth. His role is minor, but in the third scene, he meets Hathor, who wears a bracelet of 42 stars, representing 42 demons. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, how you doing, man? I'm just calling back from earlier.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So, what have we covered in the meantime? I was just getting into a couple of things here. The adrenochrome thing. That, yeah, it seems to have originated with this conjecture by a couple of authors who were just doing drugs for recreational purposes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, have you ever actually did any practice in any type of magic, like sigil magic, anything like that, and gotten any results?
That's a good question. There was this
I don't know if that's too personal, but
Well, you ever heard of this thing? What do they call it? Like the evil eye. You ever heard of this phenomenon where somebody might hate somebody, and maybe they don't even consciously know it, but the passive gaze, just looking at someone without even really thinking, that it might actually have the ability, the potential to bring harm to that person. You ever heard of this?
it does sound familiar, yeah. But I know where you're going with it. You can.
Like, it's a universal thing, and it seems to be triggered by intense emotions, notably jealousy. And that's where you have the symbol of the eye on the hand, or other symbols that people wear that are supposed to, even the sign of the horns that you see all the celebrities do, that in its origin has to do with repelling the negativity sent by other people. And so,
Right.
you ask me if I've ever done it. I would say, if it's real, then it's how life operates, that we're co-creators and that you're using it whether you want to or not. It's just a question of, are you manifesting your own best life, or are you a matrix battery?
Yeah. Have you ever actually cast a spell or done any type of sigil work?
Well, I mean, I have had a number of weird instances where it seems like something that I wanted to happen happened, but I couldn't prove it. I mean, I could give you an example. I had painted a billboard for a company, and it was a hand painted billboard for a reason. They sold like rustic furniture, and this was a 35-foot by 10-foot billboard. And the gig paid enough money to get the job done and to get it mounted in place, but it didn't pay for a new frame to hold the thing up. And that wasn't in the budget. They were being cheap, so I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to have to install it on the old frame. Anyway, that night, a family member was actually driving by because they wanted to see the sign I had installed. And they're like, hey, it's really windy out here. It's like 80 degrees or something. I mean, sorry, 80 miles per hour, these big gusts. It's like very, very windy, and the sign was like kind of apparently it was about to fall off. And that would have been very embarrassing for my company, for my work. It would have, I would have had to have paid for it or something. Anyway, when I heard this, I was obviously very stressed out, and I was, 20 miles away. I was in my art studio, and I sat down there in the dark, and I was thinking about that sign and about how it was extremely frustrating that I overworked myself. I barely made any profit. I actually probably lost money if you take all the hours I put into it, and now the thing was about to fall. So I sat down there for a moment thinking about it, and I was really agitated, and I kind of like passed out. Anyway, 10 minutes later, I get a call from someone else, on that side of town, because they were stuck in traffic because there was a fire. It turns out the building that had the sign on it that was about to fall, the building had burst, and it had a fire. It was burning, and so the freeway was shut down there. And so I actually had someone there witnessing it, and it was on the news, and I had a picture of it, of the sign that I was being stressed out about burst into flames. And so my relative who had seen it earlier called me and like, hey, did you go burn it or something? They thought that I had done something, and I was like, no, I'm way over here. It's just but it was a coincidence. But the thing is, I was specifically in the state of high stress, and then I kind of went into an alpha trance. Like I was kind of meditating, I guess you could say. And it's not the only time it's happened, but it's specifically, it seems like the moment that I would transition into like a slightly like a hypnotic state, the thing would happen, the thing that would serve my ends. It's happened a few times, and I'm just calling it coincidence, but I wouldn't call it, I don't know what
exactly. But how many times can you have a coincidence happen in a row, and then still, like, what's the limit? You know what I mean?
Right. That's why, I mean,
there's only so many times it can happen where you got to make a correlation at some point.
3 times, according to 007, or Ian Fleming. He said once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is intentional action. But yeah, it makes me think that luck is a thing, that we do have some type of an effect on things. And this makes perfect sense why they invest, I say they, everything that's being put on humanity, it's all on the mind. It's mind war. Like, I don't know anybody who was forced into their house by a soldier, or it was all in the mind.
It is. It's all just it's collective mind washing, and so people they just go right along with it. Like, there's so many things that's happened in my life where I would envision it. I mean, not too many things, but I mean personal things, and then stuff happens, and there's no way that that would have came to my mind any other way. I mean, if that makes sense at all. Like, I don't want to get too into it.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question then, because I was very curious about this very topic, and so that's why I've studied all this New Age stuff. I've always been very interested in how it works and how coincidences seem to play a part in it. And so, I mean, I mentioned the thing about the sign burning just because it's like, that's a coincidence. It happens to be lucky, I guess. You can't find any real link between the two things. And if you could convict me of arson. You could say, oh, well, you,
right.
What would you call it?
Is this just your excuse?
But
you actually burned it.
But the reason I brought this up, though, is that this belief in the influence on other people, this evil eye thing, it's like a ubiquitous thing. And so it's been a common lived experience. It's not something that people are generally taught. I think people you ever feel someone looking at the back of your head or something, you turn around, you didn't know how you knew, but you could.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this brings up one thing. I was thinking about the mask today because I had to, walk through a store, and there's some wooden furniture there, and I was like, I took the mask off for a minute. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. When you go into stores, like, you can usually there's a scent for the different aisles, and I just realized they cut off our sense of smell to a great deal, minimized it. And how much sensory information are we missing out on, as a result of wearing it? And I just suddenly became aware of it, and I was like, it's almost like we're incrementally being kind of desensitized, like quite literally. I mean, wait until you wear gloves and a mask and a face shield, but it's like we're being detached from our environment. And I think this is probably to kind of correlate, meet in the middle with, we're living through this screen, computer screens or phones, through the mediation. So I think it's just more part of this detaching us from being physically connected to the world.
Yeah, you're spot on. The only time I think I could benefit from wearing a mask is maybe like the perfume aisle at the mall. Like, that's the only time I'd want to wear it.
I haven't been. Yeah, are malls still a thing? Have they shut them down yet?
I don't know. I haven't been to one in how long?
Okay, hey, let me ask you a question then.
January, February?
You brought up this thing about sigils, right? And magic, because and spellcraft and all this stuff. And my research on it suggests that it's even though it sounds archaic and nonsensical, it all does seem to be based on something objective, mainly time, the calendar, the sun, and all this stuff. And it seems like the powers that be invest a lot of time, energy, and money into putting this stuff in our faces, performing these rituals in our faces. So do you think that that they're intentionally involving us in group magical activity? Do you think that's what's happening? Are we all matrix batteries?
I 100% think that is what they're doing, because anybody who gets they start to think about sigils and magic and start to get interested in it, they eventually will try it themselves. And I have, and I've gotten results from it. And that's kind of just where I stopped, because I didn't really know what I was messing with. I don't know if it's just messing with your own mind and kind of creating your own reality, or what it is, but there is definitely something to it. Like, anybody who goes far enough will know that.
Well, everybody understands the power of prayer, the power of positive thinking, the secret, the law of attraction. And, I think that, all these things behind them, they have some element of truth in it, but it seems like there are systems that clearly describe what these things are. There's terminology that we don't even use anymore. And I think at the early part of the 20th century, you had groups like the Theosophical Society, where they would make differentiations between, like you said, sigils or magic. But for me, it's mostly been stuff like clairaudience or like telepathy. And there have been a few times where I have had what I would call telepathic communications, but it's not like there's words in your head. It's more like gut feeling. And even when it comes to that, you talk about gut feeling and you feel it in your gut. I've had some with sometimes in your chest, or sometimes it's a feeling in the back of your head. But it's interesting how these different forms of sensory perception have different areas in the body that they correspond to when you sense these things. And I think that there's a science to it that we've been denied.
Yeah, there definitely is. They'll never teach us that science. I mean, there'll be some documentaries that come out that are kind of trying to falsify it in a way, or they give you half truths, right? Like it's not all, but it's right in front of your face though if you really look for it.
I think
they don't want you to look for it.
In David Icke's book, the biggest, it is in front of your face, like Hogwarts. It's like to get into the school, you just have to go through that one little turn that no one else sees because they're the programmed muggles. But everything is in your face. It's just right over your head. And David Icke kind of touched on this topic though with his book, The Biggest Secret, where his point was he believed that the persecution of witches, the so-called witch burnings, that it wasn't because that they actually feared the witches had magical powers and that they were worshiping the devil and that they were on the side of good, fighting the bad guys, but that it was that they were hoarding the information, consolidating it, and purging it. So they were getting it out of the hands of the common people. All of this information that would fall into this category of, this forbidden knowledge. Most of it, I think, is, again, science of the soul, perhaps.
Yeah, it's not even forbidden knowledge. It's like the knowledge that you would come to a conclusion to without any external reference, right? Like if you were just to sit and think to yourself, like that's the information you would come to, I think.
Yeah, if you avoid the, always the false explanations. I mean, isn't it interesting how also magic, the word magic, and even just the concept, the topic, it's relegated to childhood, Disney, it's not serious, and it's something that's immediately laughed at as archaic. Now, prayer is still tolerated. Prayer is tolerated, but prayer is different, though. The difference between prayer and magic, as I seem to understand, is that prayer is more like it's still conforming to one of these dominant religions, and they're usually like pre-written stuff. That's what I'm talking about. If you write your own prayers, if you're not going by their whatever they're prescribing, if you're not following their rules, well, then you're a rogue. Basically it's witchcraft.
And that's why like any Christian or anybody who prays and they come to Christ and they believe it's real, like I know that it's true what they like, because they prayed, they did a little ritual to themselves and they actually got a result from it, and that's why I can see how they can buy into it. But
I mean, look, this is all, to me, this is all basically almost self-evident. There's really no other reason other than, aesthetics for throwing all the occult symbolism out there and even in the movies. Think about this too. So if you're in a movie where what you're watching has an occult meaning, it has an occult subtext, they're throwing symbols out there and they all have it. You're in a black cube. You're in the Saturnian cube, not like you're outside watching a TV. When you're in the theater, you're actually inside of it and you're part of the movie. This is where they get you on the world stage. So like the world stage is a real thing. The movie doesn't end when you exit the movie. And it's a very occult thing. And in fact, if you look into the Masonic organization and their initiation rites, I mean, it's only accurate to call the first one an initiation, but the levels that they have are mostly just sitting in a theater. That's pretty much that's how they get their lessons. And it's pretty much known that the first time you go through the degrees, you're not going to be able to assimilate all of it. People go through it for years and they re-experience it. They take part in the rites to truly figure out what they actually watched the first time they went through these different ceremonies. But I think going to the movies, sitting in the theater and watching it. I think it's a form of entrancement, magical entrancement, group ritual magic. And my basis for saying this is there was a book that I obtained from someone who's a Rosicrucian, and he talked about the hermetic magical principles behind the Blue Lodge rituals in your everyday Masonic lodge. The guys who don't think that they're doing anything occultic. It's there. They just haven't been, educated about it. Okay. Hey, Call, you still there? Okay, battery died. I just got a comment here. I have to read this. So we've been talking about space travel and how it has everything to do with Alice in Wonderland. And this is all really I think this is gonna be another topic that's gonna surface again here when we get into Eyes Wide Shut. Hey, what's up? The call just dropped. You there? Hey.
Hey.
So
did my call drop?
Yeah, your call dropped off.
I'm using a Wi-Fi connection with my phone. That's probably why.
It's probably the NSA. Anyway,
yeah, I know we got an EMP, and then my phone exploded, and now, yeah.
Okay, so let me see here. What were we talking about? So, I was bringing this up here, and you may have heard me talk about this before. About how space travel seems to have originated with Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland's author. I don't know if you caught that podcast, but it was basically his concept was you could travel from one continent to another by having a tube, like a hollow tunnel drilled connecting the two areas, and that you would take the oxygen out of it and your craft would fall in this frictionless environment, that you would fall for half the duration and then accelerating, and then you would decelerate and you would pop out the other side. And so this was like this concept is like where space travel as a concept came from. And I just find it really curious that the journey is said to have it would take you 42 minutes specifically. And now here we are where Elon Musk is opening up these tunnels like to, beat traffic or whatever, and he's comparing the experience to warp drive and space travel. What do you think about that?
What year was this that he wrote about that?
It was like 1870, Lewis Carroll, and that's the exact type of scenario that Alice felt when she fell down into the rabbit hole, where she fell fast and then she floated down gently. But
so you'd fall straight through the earth then, and you'd end up where, in China?
Yeah, Musk is actually, yeah, exactly. And this is
42 minutes?
21 minutes to the halfway point, and then 21 minutes for the rest of the way, 42 minutes. This was calculated in 1966.
That just seems too sci-fi to me. I don't know even how they would think that's a possibility.
Oh, digging a hole to China? I know. But this is the strange irony of this thing, is that that's been my theory all along, that Musk's tunnels were ultimately going to be used to fake space travel and send a bunch of dupes to their Martian bases in China. And it's like, man, I think we got it right.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's doing, especially with all his little tropes towards, what is it? Not 2001: A Space Odyssey. What's the other movie?
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide. Yep.
Now, the Hitchhiker's Guide.
A bunch of little tropes towards that.
And that movie, the whole purpose of life is the number 42, 42 minutes. It all connects. And there's another connection here too, having to do with Alice in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass, which I may get into. But Johnny Chainsaw remarks that the tunnel to China was always shown in cartoons. And I remember when I was a kid, maybe you tried this. Did you ever try to dig a hole to China?
No, but I know I've seen it in cartoons, maybe Bugs Bunny or some cartoons. Like I know I have that image in my head.
Yeah,
I've definitely seen it.
Oh, that's some deep globe programming. Bugs Bunny digging to China. You can get that concept when you're a kid, and it's like, oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's the only channel you had with like a little antenna on your television back then.
And by the way, Alice in Wonderland. So this is the connection though. So she goes into this other world where all the laws of physics are reversed. Everything is the inverse. and nothing makes sense anymore. And it's just straight absurd. And I've rewatched that movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, to try to get inside of Elon Musk's head. It's the most absurd and unwatchable movie I've ever seen. It's total garbage.
Did he read the book though? Did he like the book or the movie?
Probably both. He probably has 42 tattooed on himself somewhere. And I watched the movie though, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Now I get it. Outer space, the concept of outer space itself is mysticism. And mysticism is meant to be out. It's designed to be outside the purview of logic and reason, and only the priesthood can have access to it. Like, I think that outer space as a concept is meant to kind of leave you out. Like, it's not meant to be graspable, just like Wonderland. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the creator of Wonderland also came up with this idea of this travel through this magical space. I don't think it's a coincidence. Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Did you shit, I forgot what I was just gonna say. Like the older movies with like Back to the Future. Like I just recently watched those and they totally got a bunch of symbolism in them.
Yeah, Back to the Future predicted 9/11, predicted Donald Trump, and it seems to be pointing at September, October 2020, where Biff Tannen, who is actually based on Donald Trump, is living in Trump Tower, basically, his casino palace. And down below, you have riots, gangs on the streets, and military police. Very, very much an instance of predictive programming.
Yeah, it's crazy watching movies from back then because, like, any movie now, it just feels like it's repeating another movie and there's no sustenance to it. But like watching Back to the Future, like they actually feel like good movies. Like it's strange. I don't know if I'm the only one who feels that, or
I may have to watch it again. Some movies I've gone back to watch, and I've been like, I watched Blade Runner because I remember I thought it was awesome when I first saw it. I'm watching it now, and it's like the character is unlikable. He's a drunk. He's kind of like a pushy, sexist, unrelatable. The movie was garbage, and it was kind of weird at the end, like not in a good way. So I don't know. I'm looking back at a lot of stuff that I used to like, and none of it, like the absurd amounts of violence, and most of it's just predictive programming anyway. Like how many movies is jet fuel a character where jet fuel blows up? So many movies where you see planes explode. All of that was just to get you ready for 9/11. And all these movies about, plagues, all the zombie films, The Walking Dead, yeah, that's all to get you ready for, coronavirus. So now that I know its role, I just look at it now as this is just analyzing enemy propaganda.
Yeah, like Star Wars. That was pretty much the biggest movie when I was growing up. Like I loved that movie. Now all the new ones are just total propaganda.
They probably contain the same, like I tend to analyze the movie posters for their iconography, and I can usually, figure out where they're heading with it. They're telling the same stories though, and the same messages, same archetypes, again, just to the newer generation. And that's what it's actually being used for. It's like church. It really is a form of religious indoctrination. And so they need you to learn about Darth Vader. They need you to learn about Jesus. Luke Skywalker. They got to get you with their program.
Exactly. But that's why they were so relatable though back then. But people didn't realize it, like in the underlying tones of it.
Yeah, exactly. I watched those movies, and I thought it was just about getting us used to the idea of outer space or something. And then I looked a little deeper, and I'm like, okay, there's more to it. When I started looking at these things critically, because it's definitely a fact that Darth Vader, Dark Father, he is Osiris, he is Saturn, and all the iconography of Saturn devouring his child.
The Death Star is on Saturn right now.
Yeah, the Death Star is Mimas, the moon of Saturn. It looks just like it.
Yep. That's hilarious.
Lily Bell wants to call in and talk about the 2 days she spent with Trump in 1998.
She should call in. Tell her to call in.
Yeah, feel free to call in. Phone is open. But let's see. There's a couple of other things about Star Wars. Okay, so after he gets his hand chopped off, right? He hangs in Cloud City, and he hangs on this cross thing. That's the sun god having his member chopped off, his sword hand. So it's kind of Freudian, but they retell the story, and then he gets his hand reattached. But then what happens in the next movie? He starts off hanging in a cave, and there's that beast in the cave, and he has to use the Force to bring the sword into his hand so he can free himself. You know, they're retelling the same story of the sun god conquering and this resurrection. And Jedi is Jesuit, no doubt about it. The Jedi Order is literally the Jesuits.
Mm-hmm. Did you see those films in theater when they came out? I don't know how old you are.
No, I don't think I did. I think I probably watched them as a kid.
Because it's really hard to come across like the original films. Like they've been digitized now. Like it's very hard to come across like the original films. Like I think they like burned them or something weird.
They mandoozled
like
them.
Anything that's original is all fan created.
Hey, what do you think of this? It doesn't bother me, but it strikes me as kind of like, I don't know, kind of ironic. You have, various forms of truthers where, for some people it's about having the ultimate key and then everybody else is wrong or whatever. And I'm just trying to be objective here. And so I'm looking at this as like comparative mythology. When I see Darth Vader and the ritual of him meeting Luke, and Luke didn't know his father, which is another key component to the storyline. But so I'm looking at the elements of the story, the iconography, Saturn or Abraham and Isaac, and all the various ways that this story can be interpreted, but how it's all based on this astrotheological myth. And then you have some who say, or who look at it as, did he say, Luke, I am your father? Or did he say, I am your father? You have the Mandela effectors. And I find that the Mandela affected ones are super focused on whether he said, Luke, I'm your father, or no, I'm your father. And none of them seem to pick up on the other aspect to it, which is the hardcore Mystery Babylon indoctrination component.
Mm-hmm. Like the Mandela effect is very interesting, but I think I don't really trust my own memory enough to really even get into it. Like I was just listening to, Alex Stein, him.
Conspiracy Castle, yes.
Yeah, like he had Brian Stavely on earlier, and that's what he's into, right? I think you got some people in your Discord making memes of him and all that, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting topic though, because the Mandela effect is, if you ask me, it's a very interesting topic because it's almost like synchronicity in the way that people experience it. Because when you have a synchronicity, it's like, okay, well, that's a meaningful coincidence. And it seems like a direct communication between creation and me. This is like an indicator of a higher order. Right. And so I can see why the Mandela effect feels like that and why they get emotionally attached to it. But there's a reason. There's a reason why it works the way that it does. And this is why I think it's very important to examine all of the logical fallacies. Because even if you're not consciously a liar, if you're promulgating false information using logical fallacies, well, you're actually lying, using a very clever Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, right. Like the only Mandela effect, I think, personally for me, is C-3PO's leg. Like his one leg is silver, right? Apparently. Right, and you don't remember it as having been silver. Yeah, but also like TVs back then, like my old CRTV was crap. So like that could be the reason for it. So like I really can't claim that that's true. Like there's so many little explanations you could use, and it's just human memory is kind of bad. That's the main thing. The main thing about the Mandela effect is that it presupposes that the memory is a record, and ask anyone who's ever worked in in law enforcement about eyewitness testimony. Like how good is eyewitness testimony? How many, I think there's this thing, I think it's called there's some project where they did a study on how many people had been wrongfully convicted based on faulty eyewitness testimony. And it was like 75% of the people who have been like wrongly convicted for a crime
were convicted as a result of eyewitness testimony, bad memory. Memory's not reliable, but there's a reason, though. There's a glitch that's being exploited here. And I find this to be really fascinating. I think Miles Mathis nailed it on his article about the Mandela effect, that we're looking at a very high level, sophisticated psychological operation being used by intelligence agencies. It's actually an attack on a specific group of people who see through the fake news. Because it's one thing to say, I know that these events are fake and this is how I can demonstrate it and this is what it means. But if then in the same breath you can say, but I don't know, it could change tomorrow because everything is subjective and reality is constantly shifting. It's like, well, who are you to call anything a hoax if you're saying reality itself is a hoax? There has to be an objective reality for you to call something a hoax. So if you go into the Mandela effect mindset, you really don't have any business calling anything a hoax, because you're also saying that nothing is real.
They could just go back. If you claim something, they could just change it and be like, actually, that never really happened. And you've been Mandela affected.
It's still a really interesting story. I've been trying to actually get a hold of Fiona Fitzgerald Broom, who came up with the concept Mandela effect. She came up with it at a party, and I didn't know who he was, Nelson Mandela. So it wasn't a big one for me. And most people who are Mandela affected, they're kind of mad that it's not the Ed McMahon effect, because they all remember Ed McMahon, but they don't remember Nelson. But here's the ultimate debunk. Everybody knows, which is a logical fallacy, everybody knows that Timmy fell down the well. And every Mandela affectee will say they remember this because it's the most iconic episode ever. But here's the debunk. No Mandela affectee can tell you how they got Timmy out.
Yeah, I don't know that. That's Lassie, right?
That's right. But if you know for a fact that he fell down the well, therefore Mandela effect, how did they get him out? A rope, a chain? How did they do it? And they don't have that answer.
I remember.
So when they claim to have remembered something different, that memory is actually very, very shallow in every instance.
Yeah, I think if Mandela effect, if it had any like actual substance, it would have to be something really big. It would have to be something huge that no one could ignore. And we just haven't had that yet. So,
well, we have had some instances though, like Building 7, for example, where we do have very different views on what actually happened. And the fact is, we can look at the facts, we can look at the footage, but you can't force people to look and to even see it. So, we might as well be Mandela affected. There may as well be a Mandela effect. Like I often say that the mainstream media's modus operandi is, in fact, that's their operating procedure. It's their standard operating procedure is we make it up as we go and we change it as we have to in order to fit this this predefined narrative.
Interesting.
But anyway, it says here, there's one other thing I wanted to bring up.
Really go along with the Mandela effect because I can never prove it to myself.
Right. I found a nice video where a psychologist was talking to a person about, she was talking about memory, and she said, if I show them a picture of Disneyland where Bugs Bunny is in the picture, and then later I ask them to recall a memory from Disneyland, they will describe Bugs Bunny and they'll make up stuff on the spot. And of course, Bugs Bunny's Warner Brothers. So yeah, we're hyper suggestible. And this is also, of course, why they give us these stories in these movies before we live them out. I think it's to kind of set our expectations. Like I was pretty much predicting riots and chaos after the Joker movie, because clearly that's what the masses were being given. We're being given a tale of an uprising of anti-heroes fighting against a system that has made clowns out of all of them. And even the masks, the clown masks, well, we have those essentially, but they're medical masks. Same thing though.
Right. I still haven't watched the Joker movie yet. I got to watch that.
I recommend it as, it's just part of your research. If you're looking at trying to understand the zeitgeist, that's where you have to go, to the big popular movies. Anyway, hey, thanks for the call. Got another person calling in. Infinite Plane Radio, thank you for holding. Hey, what's
Tim?
up? Hey, yes, this is Tim.
Oh, hey Tim, how are you doing? I don't believe it, man. I don't believe it for 1 second. What you're just saying right now.
About the Mandela effect?
Yeah.
Do you think it's real, or do you think it's like a real thing?
I think it's complete bullshit. I think it's complete garbage, and I think that's how people get brainwashed. And yeah, I know I'm enjoying it. I was enjoying the show. I love you, man. But no.
Good. Hey, it's good to draw a line. 'Cause
No.
Exactly. That's my point. In fact, I said that when I first started debunking the thing. I said, look, if you're going to say everybody knows therefore, and the people who don't agree suck, then you're just like the mainstream media. You're deceiving people to grow your cult. So yeah, I'm with you on that. It's not even harmless. It's a destructive thing if you look at it from that perspective.
So it comes down to cultism. So what are cults? What is cult? What does that mean?
Well, when I say
what is culture?
Well, a cult is an echo chamber, and so you can pretty much have any set of beliefs as long as nobody contradicts it. And then, of course, the less attached to reality the beliefs are, the bigger the bubble it is, and that's why you have the big cults like Scientology having these massive schisms.
So
what I mean is it's not.
No, you're good. No, you're good. How do we battle? How do we fight back then? How do we punch? I want to punch back. Basically, is what I'm saying. I see this world. I see what's going on in this country. Basically, I don't give a fuck about anything. I have kids. How do you fight back?
Yeah, it's a very good point. How do you fight back? This is why they control they control the counterculture. Like, you think you're like a rebel listening to Eminem and he's telling you to mask up. So they control the counterculture.
Yeah, fuck him.
They try to maintain control over the intelligentsia, the think tanks. They control most of the comedians. So the only way, I think, is to form your own cult, not an echo chamber, but a think tank, which is what we have here. Because an echo chamber is closed. A think tank always lets new information in. So, yeah, we just have to form a bigger cult of people who don't profess to have the right beliefs, but at least we are perceivers. So a cult of perceivers versus the masses of believers. Because believers are the problem. I mean, the sheeple are the problem. That's the weapon of the elite. If they can get...
I mean, it's believers. These people just fucking... They're zombies. They just walk around here, and they're nobodies. And I could talk. I'm with you, Tim. I can make these people just jump on my side without question. That's cool. But I need to make them. I need an army. We need people to just see our side, and that's the battle. I can't make it. I can't make an army. I can make 1, 2, 3, 4. I could do that, but I need hundreds and thousands of them to understand what's happening here. And I'm crazy. They make me look like I'm a crazy guy. We're on the outside.
Yeah, you're not. You're not crazy if you're trying to live in truth. If you're trying to see through the propaganda, if you're sick of being lied to, you're not crazy.
We're in the Matrix, though. I am crazy. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. Everybody hates. I don't want to get into politics. Everybody hates Trump. Fuck Trump. Yeah, blah 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 blah. But I mean, Tim. I love you, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm so full on your side, but like, we're the crazy people. Well, I can't make them.
Yeah, isn't it strange that here's what happened: is the sane people, the reasonable people, have been outgrouped. That's what's been happening. We're being outgrouped for being sane by the people who are voluntarily going crazy. Because they're being told to behave in crazy ways, to put, to wrap up their faces like that. I mean, I saw a nursery where it was a bunch of babies in masks. And I'm like, okay, I guess God made a mistake when he designed a mouth. I mean, I guess the face is offensive. Maybe we should just stitch the mouth shut.
I have a 4-year-old, and they're making it put a mask on him to go to school, which is virtual school. He's not even going to school. He's looking at a camera with a camera on his face to talk to people, and they say he needs a mask on. This is what's making me go fucking nuts.
I knew this would happen. See, I I saw this happening. I was
Tim,
like,
I'm going crazy, Brad. I can't handle this. I'm sorry,
this
go ahead.
no, the
Sorry.
summer I saw it. I was like, there's a guy in Texas, some sheriff. He's like, you need to wear your mask in your house. And I'm like, well, there's no way they can enforce that.
Exactly.
But now they're gonna. Okay, so they're gonna grow up on Zoom wearing masks in their homes. If they don't, the police come over and take away their parents or whatever. And then their kids are gonna grow up the same way. So yeah, this is how the indoctrination continues. This is rather yeah, it's kind of disheartening.
Dude, I'm in occupied left coast country. This won't happen. We're gonna go blow. It's gonna go blow up over here. So I don't know about, we talk about civil war and we joke and laugh about it, but shit's real. For anyone who's listening to this shit is real. We're gonna go crazy over here. So this is not gonna. I'm not gonna let this happen in my lifetime at all. So that's all. I don't know even what to say about any of this stuff. This is straight up Marxism, communism. We're gonna fucking kill them. And I'll just, Tim, and calm me down if you can. But
well, look, I know what you're saying.
We're gonna go nuts, bro. We're going nuts.
I know what you're saying. Like right now, I'm looking at these different events in the street, and the mass media is gaslighting us. They're pretending like nothing's going on.
Exactly.
And
right.
Yeah, I'm watching people having their businesses destroyed, cars robbed, intimidation, violence in the streets, and it's getting pretty nasty. I mean, I'm watching journalists, like independent reporters. One I was watching, I don't know her name. Pretty good channel. She's got 100,000 followers on Twitter. They beat her up and took her phone because she's recording. So they're against free speech. So you may think that you support.
She's not black. She's not brown skin. She's a white skin. Yeah.
She was. Actually, this wasn't even a racial thing.
I don't want to get down like that. I understand. No, I understand what's happening.
Well, it's not even that anyway, because it's kind of like whiteness is a concept. It's a construct. So you could be. It's almost like it doesn't even matter to them. Anymore. It's more like it's all political. Political trumps everything. They're openly espousing.
Fascist. Yeah, I agree with you. It's fascist against communists, and it's big government against against no government. I mean, it's left or right or up and down, and I don't believe in any of this stuff anymore, dude. I read fucking. I don't know if I should say it, but I read fucking Dave McGowan's The Big F Word.
What is that book? I don't think I've read it. What is it called?
McGowan, David McGowan.
Yeah, what's the book called?
It's called the Understanding the F Word, which means fascism.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. There's another.
I don't play left-right politics. Is what I'm saying to you. Is what I'm saying. It's all communism and fascism. It's all the same, bro. It's all big government, and the little guys like me, with my family. I'm just trying to do my thing. It doesn't matter what we do. We're in this trap, this left-right paradigm of politics.
We really are. That's what I'm coming down to, and I'm doing these mind maps. I'm having to put these things out on paper. It's just unreal how perfectly. We have been split down the middle, and it's like you can pretty much predict somebody's opinions based on one thing because that's how we've been so categorized. But really, we're dealing
with the AI system and the 5G AI system, correct?
Well,
or do you deny that?
I don't know yet. I do know this though. It didn't take a 5G tower or anything to get people to go into their homes. It didn't take any sort of special weapons. It didn't require any force. It just took a little box in the corner or an expert on a screen to tell us what to do. Now, I do think, though, that surveillance is a big part of it. But I hear people say, well, the 5G grid's going to be surveilling us. No, actually, the contact tracing takes care of that. And so there's no escaping it.
Have you driven a Tesla? You've been in Tesla cars.
I haven't driven one, but I've seen one. I haven't test driven one, no.
So you understand that they have like 5 cameras on them at every angle. They see everything. They know everything. You don't, are you not aware of this or no?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I just don't think there's anything
Yeah,
ominous
so-
about it. I don't necessarily think there's anything ominous about it. I mean, just getting on a phone, just being on a computer, being integrated into the system, it's a bit of a trade-off, and
Amen.
it's a trade-off here. I don't think getting off
Sure.
the grid is an option at this point, but
I understand that, sir. I just, okay. I guess I'm a doomer. I'm one of those doomer guys. So, yeah, I don't have anything good to say.
But
Go
I,
ahead,
I know what
please.
you mean, though, about this thing. You said you don't take sides left or right, but you're just looking at it objectively.
It's up and down.
And
It's for men or for fucking the system.
well,
That's it.
I have this really good book here by Thomas Sowell about it, and I think he explains it almost better than anybody, where he's talking about how you have two different visions. One vision believes that mankind can perfect itself by perfecting its government, and the other side says, no, man is basically, what he is. Human nature is what it is, and we have to account for it. So in other words, we can't have a perfect society because we have criminals. We can't get rid of the cops because we need them. You can't have this perfect society because we're so imperfect, but that if you try to make it perfect, you end up destroying what works. And so you kind of have to make some trade-offs. And that was the point of his book. And specifically, though, that it is the political left that has this view, the unconstrained vision that they can perfect the world, and that makes them dangerous.
It's liberal fascism, man. Infinite Jest. I called you about a couple of weeks ago. I talked to you about Infinite Jest by David Foster Waller. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to add, man. I'll battle you all day.
Cool, man. No, I think this is great. Thanks for calling. And you know what? You did recommend Infinite Jest. I'm going to bookmark it and order it.
Yes.
I didn't get around to it then.
Sure.
Appreciate the call very much.
I listen all the time. Hey, love you, Tim. Thank you, man.
Likewise. Have a great night. Excellent. Allergic says the new CPR procedure involves covering the face. Don't give mouth to mouth. Exactly. So this is so messed up. This is destroying empathy. You see somebody in the ground and they're not breathing. Throw something over their face, get back at least 6 feet, and call an ambulance. Why don't you just call the morgue? Why not just, at that point, call the coroner. Like, oh, I'm not going to render aid, and this person's just a carrier, so let's just cover the mouth hole and go put it in a crematory. Sickening. Okay, listen to this comment. This is from Ricky's RV Life. This has to do with this space travel thing and its origin with Alice in Wonderland. He says, when I was into Black Ops military agents... Now, I'm not sure who he's talking about here. He says, this one agent went to Mars through an elevator. He said he was told it was a beaming ship. And when he went in, he felt no movement. And when the doors opened, he was in a hospital-looking place. And where he started his elevator trip, he didn't see any hospital-looking buildings. He was told he was on Mars. There were no windows in sight. And then Laith Eru says they have a gravity train in Total Recall. So I mentioned Total Recall because it's got the dome, the Mars dome, and of course it's a Philip K. Dick book, an author we were talking about tonight. So I didn't realize this. There's a gravity train, which is actually what they called this thing that would be falling through the tunnel. Again, the concept for the tunnel was, listen to this. Gravity train is a theoretical means of transportation for purposes of commuting between 2 points, through a tunnel, through the interior of a sphere. And so this is how it's supposed to work. It says the train could be left to accelerate using the force of gravity during the first half. So then the downward pull of gravity is pulling it down and it's accelerating. But then when it passes the middle, that's when it begins to decelerate. So it says... This was proposed by Lewis Carroll in 1893. It was rediscovered in the 60s by Paul Cooper, suggesting this would be a future mode of transportation. The travel time, now listen to this, on the Earth, since the gravity train's movement is the projection of a very low Earth orbit's satellite's movement into a line, it has the following parameters. The expected fall through time is 42 minutes, or 2,530 seconds. Anyway, you can look at the math here about how they arrive at this. Another connection between Musk, these tunnels, the number 42, and the capability of faking space travel. Speaking of space travel, I was talking about how just the other day they had to change the path of the space station to not get hit by a piece of space junk. And so now they're all crowded into one compartment. It's the American and 2 cosmonauts. And if you didn't know, the cosmonauts drink water. The Americans drink distilled Russian urine. And it's been that way for 20 years up there. Well, anyway, listen to this. NASA's upgrading their ISS system that turns the astronaut pee into drinking water. The recovery system is tasked with turning the wastewater into Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, what's happening, Timmy?
Just looking at these upgrades on the ISS, and apparently they're making the I don't know, what do you call this? This is called the ISS system that turns astronaut pee into drinking water. That doesn't sound scientific. I don't know what it's called, but they're upgrading it.
They really like to get people in and drinking their own pee, just like Patty Steer and the vegans who want to tell you drinking your own pee is just wonderful. It's all just a psyop to get you to drink your own fucking pee.
It has to be, because if it's just a movie, and we both know it's just a movie, why would they add that into the plot? It doesn't make any sense. It's kind of a non sequitur, so there's got to be some other reason. And I think if they were to ask Patty or any of these other who, imbibe, they would probably say, don't even recycle it. Just drink it straight. You're destroying it.
Yeah, our body is pretty awesome, and it expels that stuff for a reason. I would figure if our body really needed it, we would just absorb it. So the fact anyone would think they need to collect it and then reconsume it once our body's already expelled, it just doesn't make any sense. But I called in because I wanted to touch on a few different things. One, the only Mandela effect that makes any impact on my life that I can't explain is the Bernstein Bears versus Bernstein Bears. That's the only one.
Yeah, that one doesn't make any sense to anybody, and I think it's just highly ambiguous for sure. Hey, I heard the song. I want to make, before we go, I have to bring this up though. Your song, "I'm Not Afraid of Rona." I've seen that going around, so we'll have to talk about that here in a second.
That's called. That's not what it's called.
What's it called? But that's the chorus. That's the chorus that's stuck in my head. I mean,
it's I don't believe in COVID.
Oh, I said not afraid of Rona. I'm looking at a picture of Rona Real. I don't know if you've met Rona Real yet.
No.
Okay, in Michigan, they have this character. He's a COVID with eyes and arms. They call him Rona Real. And the whole thing is, you don't want Rona Real to show up at your party because Rona's real. It's not a hoax. So they're having to invent a character to make him cool, to be catchy. And so it's like, anyway, Rona Real. So I've been calling it Rona, but not afraid of COVID. But who did the...
No, the song is called "I Don't Believe in COVID."
I don't believe in COVID. I have a link here, so I'll probably play a clip here. So why don't you tell people about the song a little bit, because the video is pretty wild.
I wanted it to just be basically a funny and a true song, and at the same time just like a mirror into 2020. Like in 2019, if somebody would have shown me my own song, I would have said, "What the fuck is that? That doesn't make any sense. Like what am I looking at?" I wouldn't have even got it.
I wouldn't have known what any of that even meant if somebody would have shown me that a year ago and said, here's you doing this song. It wouldn't have made any sense. But since 2019 and the world we're living in, I wanted to have a song that reflects what's going on, just like the gangster rappers have to reflect what's going on in their hood. I'm reflecting what's going on in the world. And my musical partner, he also got in his rap about the BLM and Hillary Clinton and all this fun stuff. So we got to throw a bunch of fun stuff together, and the whole point was just to hook people into what 2020 is with this stupid song that would have never made sense in any other year except 2020. That's the only year that song would make any fucking sense, or that anyone would ever think it's any good. If anyone heard that song before 2020, it would not make any fucking sense, and it just wouldn't. Nobody would get it.
Now it hasn't been
Even me.
it hasn't been censored yet, right?
No, not at all. No, it's standing on multiple different platforms. So
You see, because this goes against the WHO. I had a YouTube channel about a week and a half, well, 2 weeks ago now. I just got it lifted. I got a strike for contradicting the WHO. And so now I'm making it a point to say that I'm pro-vax. I want to vax the billionaires. I want to vax Congress. I want to vax Hollywood first. And I actually kind of want to deny vaxes to the people who don't deserve them. People like you who don't wear masks. You don't deserve a vax. You agree?
well, my thing is I plan on fighting it to the bitter end, even if it means I have to fight and die on everyone's behalf. I'm prepared to be the 2020 Jesus for the sins of the sheep. So I've already thought about how that's going to play out, and I'm not taking any needles of any kind from here on out. Even if it means fighting to the death, then that's what it means. And I'm going to be that guy that does that on behalf of everybody. Because I've been to the other side, so I already know what happens when I get there. So I'm not afraid of dying at all. And in fact, I'll find it quite amusing if I get to be the guy that gets to go down in a blaze of glory against a bunch of hospital employees trying to shove a needle into me.
Well, look, you mean what you say. I mean, obviously, you would be dead right now. You would be dead if COVID was real, because you got coughed on by a number of obviously super spreaders. So, you would have.
Who wouldn't be dead? I mean, if this was really real, who really wouldn't be dead? I mean, if we were kicking over dead bodies on our way out the door, then we would all be really fucking freaked out. And then we wouldn't even want to leave our houses. But we aren't kicking over any dead bodies. We aren't wheeling out the dead bodies to be picked up. The hospitals are empty. The nurses are dancing.
Now,
yet everyone's still wearing masks, and the businesses are dropping like flies. So everyone's just going along with it.
Have you had any luck at all getting any sort of gigs as a performer, or has it destroyed a lot of those opportunities where you are?
They're far and few. They'll ask me if I want to perform outside while the elderly are inside. So they can't. It's behind glass if I do, and they're far and few. So I've had a few opportunities, and I have done a couple shows where I sing outside while the elderly in the nursing homes are inside behind glass. So it's quite different.
Yeah, I mean, it's like maybe you could bring like a glass booth or something, to put yourself in. I mean, it's really awkward what they have done here. I mean, I see people hugging their grandparents through plastic sheets.
Literally, the government pulled a psyop and stole my job from me with their government psychological operation that they pulled. I no longer sing for a living. I am now a professional YouTuber once again, just barely scraping by because the government came along, pulled this psychological operation, which is COVID, and convinced enough people that I'm not allowed to go inside of a nursing home, nor is anybody who doesn't work there. And so I can't do what I used to do. And then there's a lot of musicians who have it just as bad. So it's not just me. It's like I know many people who played guitar or sang for a living or played drums or saxophone, what have you, and the rug has been pulled out from all of them. They get maybe a few gigs here or there. You can go play outside of a restaurant. Right now, here in California, the weather's nice. All the restaurants have their tables outside, and they're serving food outside to people, but they're not allowed to serve inside. Gyms are pushing their gym equipment outside, and there's people working out outside wearing masks. It's the most bizarre Twilight Zone I've ever seen. And right now, since the weather's nice, everyone's just going along with it. But come November, December, when the weather turns, how are these businesses going to keep shoving their fucking tables outside and serving people food? It's getting quite ridiculous.
Ooh, I hadn't thought about that. That's a very, very good point. What's going to happen when that's no longer an option? And yeah, this is, in a way, what they're doing. It's an attack on culture. No more concerts. I mean, what they're doing is they're pretty much restricting us to the point where more of our experience is going to be virtual. Like, I don't think it's acceptable to watch a baseball game virtually through a screen because of COVID. I don't think it's acceptable to not have live concerts. It's a step down. You know, it's like, oh, what are we, prisoners now? We can't do things in person? And apparently, yes. Remember that Orange is the New Black or whatever? I'm like, are they getting people used to the idea? Like, are they glamorizing prison life where everything's vicarious? Apparently.
They're driving all the mom and pop shops out of business, and right now they're hanging on by a thread. For instance, there's a karaoke bar that I always went to. They've shoved all their tables outside, and they've began singing karaoke outside. Except now, instead of shutting down at 1 a.m., they shut down at 10 p.m. because all of the houses out around the area will call the cops because of the noise ordinance. So they go from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. with karaoke outside. And the weather's really nice right now. So crowds are showing up, buying beer and food and singing and thinking, wow, well, this is fun, I guess. But my thing is, what the fuck are you going to do in November, December, January, February, when weather is not going to permit such a thing? I live in an area where the weather's nice, but come fucking December, January, February, it's fucking cold here too. So it doesn't make any sense what's going on. They're going to force businesses out of business, and all of the businesses are just going along with it right now, just hanging on by a thread. So the most popular bar in town just shoved all their shit outside and are just going along like usual. Like, okay, we have a business outside. And since the weather's nice, people are showing up. How long is that going to last?
Nobody's thinking that. Nobody's even brought that up. And that's a great point. Did you happen to catch the group of people running through Target, taking their masks off, and then they ran through blasting Dee Snider's We Ain't Gonna Take It?
I did. And I want to say one more thing. I got a strike on my asshole channel for showing people eating outside. I showed people eating outside in my hometown and said, welcome to Bizarro World. People are eating outside. You're not allowed to eat inside because you'll catch COVID and you'll die, apparently. But outside, it's okay. And you have to wear your mask, and then when they bring you your food, then you can take off your mask and eat your food, because that's when. So I explained what's going on in about a minute and a half. Just showed people eating outside, and I got a strike for that. Meanwhile, on my backup channel, the same video is standing right now monetized with ads running.
Yeah, that's because you're countercultural. You're going against the new world order monoculture, and you're probably too much of an influencer in terms of the numbers. And so, yeah, you're given special treatment. And it's ludicrous that you walk in with a mask, you take it off when you eat. I mean, I've heard that compared to It'd be like having a peeing section in the swimming pool. Like there's no way that's going to stop the spread of this COVID thing. But
So my channel, the asshole channel, what I'm saying is my backup channel has that exact video standing. It's monetized with ads running. Meanwhile, the asshole channel gets a strike. So a video that gets a strike on the asshole channel is standing right now on the Jake Gibson channel with ads running, monetized.
wow, see, that's so arbitrary. There's somebody behind the scenes. There's some highly paid church lady just looking to get offended at things. And this is what gets me, is that we don't have any true counterculture, and that's why I appreciate people who create music and stuff that goes against the grain, like real stuff, because you have Eminem rapping about, you need to mask up, I don't want your coffin to put me in a coffin. Just stupid rhymes. Well, D. Snyder.
That's not the original Eminem, bro. It's a replacement Eminem. They replaced Eminem a long time ago. It's basically they have a team of people playing Eminem. I've got it figured out. They have a few guys that look like him who do the appearances, but they can't quite rap like him and sound like him, so they just kind of look like him. Those guys can do appearances, but they can't they can't rap like him and pretend to be Eminem in all facets. And then they have dudes around the country who love Eminem who get to just pretend to be Eminem on the albums. And so there's guys who can actually just pretend to be Eminem and you wouldn't know any different. And if they put out a new song and says this is a new Eminem song, they could just have 10 Eminem sound-alikes all collaborate and then have a professional Hollywood fucking sound guy just mix it all down, and you wouldn't know that's just some replacement Eminems.
Yeah,
Well,
I could see that. I could
that's
see that being possible. I mean, with Michael Jackson, it's like, you know what? That could be a mask. I mean, there could be several people who could perform that way.
And Bill are two guys who are super pivotal in pop culture, and they were both replaced a long time ago. And it's very easy to spot if you know what you're looking at. You've gotten into this before, and the other night I got kicked off of YouTube 3 times in a row when me and my friend Thomas started pointing out that Bill Gates and his wife appeared to have maybe been replaced. And then we started questioning if we could find any pictures of them kissing or being in love. And there's no pictures of them kissing in any sort of way. And then people in the chat started saying that Melinda Gates is Kevin Kline. And then when we started to look into that, all our streams just got shut down nonstop, no matter what we did. So basically, there's certain fucking issues that when you start looking into, YouTube will just shut you down immediately. So the other night, we found out that there's no pictures of Bill Gates kissing his own wife. And then furthermore, Melinda Gates is Kevin Kline, the actor. Have you looked into that one at all?
Yeah, I thought it was remarkable because somebody had shown me a meme where it's like, look, Melinda Gates looks exactly like Robin Williams. And I'm like, yeah, I see it. And then I see this Kevin Kline, and I'm like, wait a minute. Kevin Kline's got a wig on. And then I compared Kevin Kline to Robin Williams, and they don't look alike. But I do see it now. Anyway, yeah, I looked at that, and I'm like, okay, there's something to it.
And then when you look at pictures of Bill Gates over the years, it looks like they've been replacing him, like they use different lassies. They use different Bill Gates, and they use different Stephen Hawkings. It looks like they used multiple Stephen Hawkings, and they used multiple fucking Bill Gates. So they have anyone who can just step in and look similar enough, and then on mainstream, a mainstream show, they just say, "Oh, here he is, Bill Gates. Here he is, Dave Chappelle," and then everyone claps. Who are you to say no? That's not the same guy. Well, we are the ones who say no. That's not the fucking same guy. And I'm telling you, Dave Chappelle is long gone. Eminem is long gone. The original Bill Gates and wife, long fucking gone. These are all replacements.
What about Biden? I mean, Joe Biden. Is Joe Biden of 2020 the same guy from 4 years ago, 10 years ago?
I don't pay attention enough to Joe Biden because once I saw that he was a kid toucher years ago, I just stopped paying attention to him. it doesn't even seem like he's a real opponent to Donald Trump this year. It doesn't even seem like a real election is even happening this year. It's the strangest election. It's like, I live in California where I don't even see anybody with any Biden gear, and I see people wearing Trump gear every day, and we're a blue state. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. So all I'm saying is the masks you were talking about, they have the realistic masks, and they're even being sold now to regular Joes, to where you can put on one of those full facial masks that goes all the way down your neck, goes all the way over your eyelids, and makes you look like a fucking old person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you'd really, if you were wearing some glasses in all the attire, you could totally pass. So like Johnny Knoxville being bad grandpa, Robin Williams being Mrs. Doubtfire, if you didn't know that that's who they were to begin with, they could walk by you and Mrs. Doubtfire would just be a fucking grandma. You wouldn't know that that's Robin Williams if you didn't know Robin Williams. It would just be a fucking grandma walking by you.
Yes, and if we only see these characters on TV, it doesn't even have to be hyper realistic silicone masks. It could be digital, but we don't know if somebody's wearing a disguise if they don't tell us with some of these things because they're so realistic. That the one I mentioned earlier, there was this director of disguise, or she was the chief of disguise for CIA, and she did it for 27 years, and she was demonstrating to George W. Bush how foolproof they were. And one of his aides walked in the room with one of these things on, and he didn't recognize her. And I brought this up a minute ago. There's this theory that Benicio del Toro doesn't exist, but that's just Brad Pitt in one of these masks.
You just say that, and you know what? Now that's like something I have to look into, because I'd never heard that until you brought it up. But now nothing shocks me anymore. And I want to go as far as to even spill the beans and say, I've ordered one of these masks and I'm waiting to receive it. And it seems like it's almost a week overdue now. I ordered an old guy mask because I keep getting ads for these fucking masks, which is weird. I get ads now for masks, and I ordered one. And now nonstop, all I see in my Facebook ads and my YouTube ads, I just always fucking see like, ordered one of these realistic masks. And now they're trying to sell me all sorts of masks now because I bought one and I still haven't even got it. So when I get it, I'm hoping that it's realistic enough and that I can like pull off being an old man and test that realm and see what it's like to wear one of these masks. Or if it sucks, I want to show people, oh, okay, I got ripped off. I paid fucking $35 for a mask that's not that realistic.
Well, either way, this is a great experiment because this is what they've been doing since the OSS created this weaponized anthropology, deep faking to blend in. There have been like 3 or 4 big BLM leaders in the last couple of weeks exposed as being whites posing as blacks. And so this is an old tactic, and I'm glad you're getting into it. I think it's a great idea. And I've seen some startling examples of what can be done with just a prosthetic nose and a hair dye. Like if you look at
now, here's the question: if a man wears a black man's mask, even let's just say you for Halloween you wear a black man mask of whoever, let's just say you're a fan of Eddie Murphy and you wear an Eddie Murphy mask. Some people will claim that that's racist. In fact, I saw an ad for one of the latex masks of a black man, and then I saw a bunch of hate comments down below saying, oh, that's racist. Like a white person shouldn't be able to buy this. And so just wearing a mask of a black man can be considered racist. And so I find it like that the lines of racism are like, it's very hard to define what racism is. Let's say you love black people and you just want to show your appreciation and you want to fucking put on a mask, right? You're automatically labeled a racist. Meanwhile, Marlon Wayans and Damon Wayans can dress up and be white chicks in a movie, but it's basically not allowed for white man to put on any sort of black face, be it face paint or a mask. So the lines of racism are very blurry. And I notice it's heavily heavily weighted towards the black man being able to do whatever they want. They can dress up like white people and make fun of us, and we're like supposed to just accept that. They can just do whatever they want. If Dave Chappelle dresses as a white man and says I'm a stupid ass white guy, I can't dance, everyone thinks it's hilarious. But if I put on a wig and say I'm Aunt Jemima, suddenly I'm the most racist shitty honky who ever lived.
Yeah, yeah. There's so much sensitivity, and it's too bad that this coronavirus thing. I don't know. I mean, I almost said something terrible, but anyway, it's just like there's so many people who are so sensitive, and it's like, or they're supposed to be, and then it's like, how do we know though? Like, how do you know that you wearing that mask would have offended 100,000 anonymous people? Did somebody, like, when your video gets taken down, is it because somebody got offended and they cried about it and they filed a complaint? No, it's not like that. Like, I refuse to believe that people are snowflakes like that everywhere, and that we have to self-censor. It's like we have to wear masks so we don't kill people because we're all asymptomatic. We got to watch what we say because our words can, kill people or whatever. It's like, I refuse to believe people are that sensitive. I wasn't I'm not offended by comedy that's offensive. If it's offensive to me, I just don't pay attention to it. It's like so strange here that yes, we have to obey all these stupid PC rules, which are illogical and unfair.
It's so hypocritical that even if you question the hypocrisy, then you can get attacked. Like me questioning the hypocrisy and making fun of the hypocrisy of eating outside got me a strike on the Asshole channel. Meanwhile, that exact same video is still up and running on my backup channel with commercials. So it basically just shows you, like, if your channel is marked for death, they don't even have to take it down. They can just mark it for death. What happens on the Asshole channel is no matter what I post, they just knock 30 to 50 subs off right off the bat. So when I post anything, be it a live stream video, they minus 30 to 50 subs right away. And then they fucking down throttle it, and they'll freeze up the views. I see comments that'll like be there one day and then be erased to the next day. And then my comments, like if I say anything other than like thanks bro, or anything, if I say anything positive, they'll let me stay. But if I say anything with a cuss word or anything negative, that my comments just disappear. So I can barely leave comments anymore.
What's your category? Are you entertainment, news, politics, activism, or comedy? How do you label your videos, by the way?
That's a good question. I've tried different labeling, and basically it all comes down to, like, once your channel's marked for death, you're marked for death. And I notice nowadays they're really just down throttling everybody because they can, and they want you to go through and pay for views. Just like Facebook, they can make it to where you don't get through to all your friends anymore. And if you're trying to sell a product or push anything, they'll force you into having to pay for it in order to get your post seen by anyone. So I have almost 40,000 subs on the Asshole channel, and I'm getting 2,000 views. And meanwhile, it's like I see other channels, like Richie from Boston. He's like, they took down my channel, so now I'm on my backup channel, which has 150,000 subs, and he's still getting tons of views. So it's like even other conspiracy channels that bitch, they still get tons and tons of views. And I know what it's like to get those views and have the faucet be turned on and the monetization and all that stuff running. Then I know what it's like when they take it away and just shut it off. And it's obvious.
When did you cross that line? Like, when did you cross the line where you realized that they're always going to have it out for you? What was it that you said? Do you think it was, was it flat Earth, or you think it was maybe going deeper?
I went away and was singing for a good 6 months. And then when I came back, I found that my channel was demonetized. It said I could challenge it. I did. it said my appeal was denied. So that channel was demonetized. But I said, oh, whatever, I'll still upload stuff and I'll start a backup channel and I'll still use it to push my message and still get through to my hardcore subs and fans who've been following me for years. But I noticed like they aren't getting notified anymore. And so only the most hardcore of hardcore are still watching. So like the fans who check your page every day are the ones who are watching, because they're like, dude, I didn't get notified. You went live last night and I missed it. So it's obvious when your channel gets marked for death, because literally it says like I've lost 300 subs in the last month. Meanwhile, all the videos have a 95% thumbs up rating. Everyone seems to dig what I'm doing. It's just only getting a fraction of the views that it used to.
Well, that's some valuable feedback. It means you're on the right path. And I have seen this disturbing trend where, and New York Times is even walking this line where they're saying, well, just because it's satire or comedy doesn't mean it's protected, because if it's got some misinformation, then it's actually dangerous misinformation dressed up as satire. So you might be doing satire, comedy, observations, and they're putting it into the category of essentially it's dangerous or a threat to society. And this is some dangerous turf now. And that's why I was thinking, like, I put my podcast, I switched the category from nonprofit activism to comedy, just so I can say I was just joking when I said that nobody died, nobody cried.
It's a big comedy routine is about our only defense anymore. And I've done the same thing. So I just wanted to call in and touch on a few of those things. And looks like you got my video pulled up. So if you want to go ahead and play the rest of it, I can go ahead and let you get back to your stream. But I did want to point out the only Mandela effect one, the only one. And let me just point this one thing out. The Bernstein Bears, the only way that makes sense is like all my teachers and everyone in school said it wrong. And nobody, because no one ever said stain. No one ever said Bernstein. So that means all my teachers when I was 4, 5, 6 years old. That's about the only time you read those fucking books, was when you're 4, 5, 6, 7 range. That means every single student, every single teacher, all misread it and said it wrong. And nobody ever could fucking figure out how to say stain. Because the difference between steen and stain is like, it seems small, but it's actually big. If I would have heard someone say stain half the time, then I would have figured it out. But everyone always, every single time said Bernstein Bears, every single time. And that's the only one I can't explain. All the other ones seem explainable, except the fucking Bernstein Bears one. That's the only one I can't explain, because I know for a fact everyone always said Steen every single time.
Well, I'll look into that, and if you get a chance to, look into whether or not Benicio del Toro is in fact a made-up character played by Brad Pitt. Appreciate the call.
All right, and go ahead and play my my song if you can, because it's groovy as fuck.
Yeah, will do. Have a great night. All right, everyone, that is Jake Gibson, the Flat Earth Orifice. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play this video of his. It's called I Don't Believe in COVID. I've been calling it Rona recently because of Rona Real. A couple other links. Let me see if I have anything else to touch on really quick here. We have a lot to catch up on tomorrow. It looks like Portland's being put back to sleep. A couple of very, very relevant memes I have to share really quick here. This one here, someone had proposed building a wall to cover California, Oregon, and Washington, and I guess they're just going to call it Fucktardistan. So I thought Chazistan had a nice ring, but it's not autonomous enough to be called an autonomous zone. So Fucktardistan, I like it. We could just sell it to China. Okay. We're going to talk tomorrow some more about Nancy Pelosi, who has some very bizarre connections to some goddess Minerva in her office. And I also did some research into David Bowie, his involvement with the space program, or at least his music, and the history of Bowie's music and how it followed along with the space program up until 2018, when they sent the Starman Tesla Roadster into space, playing a David Bowie song. We're going to talk about all of that stuff. Earlier tonight, we discussed the Witches of Epstein. So if you missed that part, just start over the beginning. The Witches of Epstein, it turns out that Ghislaine Maxwell's got 3 sisters. She's got Marina Abramovich, spirit cooker and Satanist. She's also the sister of Anne Maxwell, psychotherapist to Dylan and Klebold, the shooters at Littleton. And finally, another sister of Ghislaine Maxwell is Christine Grady, aka the wife of Dr. Fauci. We're also going to do some digging into the Spider-Man 2018. This is a tip by a caller. Spider-Man 2018, this game takes place in Manhattan during a quarantine lockdown. There are signs that say stay home, stay safe, and at the end of the game, everybody gets their magic vax. Okay, thanks for joining. I appreciate all the callers. And this is I Don't Believe in COVID official music video. I'll put a link in the chat. Have a great night.
COVID, I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. Yeah. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. Everybody is gonna die, but not me. I'm gonna stay alive. I'm gonna live until infinity, because I do not let COVID bother me. You all have been watching way too much TV, and that is why you think I'm crazy, because I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever.
BLM every single day. COVID, that's how I stay paid. And I wanna butt Hillary Clinton on Epstein Island, but without children. George Clooney got my sloppy seconds. He let Maxwell taste my secret weapon. Mr. Beast, I'm your dad. Take the vaccine and wear your mask.
I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. Your mom is gonna die. Your dad is gonna die. Your brother's gonna die. Your sister's gonna die. Your aunt is gonna die. Your grandma's gonna die. Your neighbor's gonna die. Your dog is gonna die. Your cat's gonna die. The sky is gonna die. That guy is gonna die. I'm gonna die. No, wait, I'm wrong. I'm gonna live forever because I don't believe in COVID, bitch. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. So at this point before the song starts to blow, this is where we put the guitar solo. believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever. Yeah. I don't believe in COVID. I don't believe in COVID. No, I don't believe in COVID, and that's why I'm gonna live forever.
No, Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had braces, only knew that it could save us all. What is real? I don't know. Hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Cress's acting honorable man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, eating Bates and smiling, a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, it's guessing, way over to the right, way over to the east. And where I come from, I believe that's still where I come from. I believe this reality is heated flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No golden arches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on.
What?
Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gaslight on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say, called Everyone Knows, because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows that we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
Fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Fake ones only set this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah.